everybody. Here we are. We're here on August 20th for a spontaneous live stream. Just getting it up and running. Very, very little notice on this one, but we're doing it again 4 weeks in a row. We've got Florida, we've got Wyoming, and we've got Alaska. And Florida, the polls have just closed and the results just popped in. Right now, we've got Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, 70%. We got on here right before the initial results. Florida, the polls have just closed and the results just popped in right now. And apologies on there not being a lot of notice on this one. But that's how it goes. I was able to pull it together at the last minute here. And I figured I'd get on here for one more stream. Big state of Florida today, so we don't want to miss that. And I'm sure it's going to take a little bit for some people to show up because there was literally no notice for this. So, okay, we've got at least one person in here. Elliot, hello. Thanks for being the first one in here, Sarah Gomez. We've got two. Welcome aboard the extremely spontaneous live stream for August 20th. If you were going to spend your night on another channel, well, you can cancel those plans because we're going to be here for, I would assume, a few hours if everything goes as planned. Although Alaska, their polls close very late, so I'm not sure what we're going to get out of that state. But then we've got Alaska coming up already. Yeah, that closes later. Let's see, that's going to be 1 a.m. Eastern time. So that's about 6 hours from now. So it's quite possible we don't get anything out of Alaska. And even once they do get the results, pardon me on my voice here slightly. Once Alaska comes in, there's no telling how quickly it'll come in. So it could take days because Alaska has a lot of mail-in ballots. It's a very rural state. So we might not get anything because that's in 6 hours. But we're going to get Florida in and we've got Wyoming. So that's where we're at. So far, Florida is here. Again, these are the three states: Alaska, Florida, Wyoming. Also, the DNC is going on at the same time, so keep that in mind. So, other than that, we could just spend some time on here hanging out on August 20th. Kentucky politics, hello. Welcome to the stream. Same with everybody else. Again, there was very little notice. There was no notice. This was extremely last minute. So I'm not sure how many people are going to make it to this one. But we've got Florida up here, and we're looking at U.S. Senate. We want to see who's going to take on Rick Scott. And it's expected to be DMP. That's Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And it looks like she is clearly in the lead so far. So that's probably not going to be a big mystery. And usually Florida does count their votes pretty quickly. Got some House races to take a look at. We'll be looking at the first district here, see if Matt Gaetz is in any danger, which I wouldn't really expect that to happen. And a lot of races here. Maybe we'll be taking a look at the 13th to see who's going to take on Anna Paulina Luna. How many days do you think it will take to call the winner for the 2024 election? That's a fair question. I would guess it's going to take at least the next day. Now, hopefully, it's not extremely close to where there's going to be tons of court challenges and recounts and mail-in ballots trickling in for days after, and it's just that's going to create a lot of chaos if it's going to go on for a few days or maybe even a week. I would hope that it's done. Well, that night would be nice, into the early morning. But if it's close, I would hope within 24 hours. But I can't say. If it's a landslide, that's going to make it go a lot easier. Or something close, not maybe a landslide, but something convincing, I should say. Um, Georgia board differently, oh, definitely made it longer after their ruling. I did see a little bit about that, but I don't think I got all the details. Have been pretty busy, I guess, the past week. So I might learn a couple things here from the stream. It'll be a few days for the presidential election to be called. Yep, it could be. It doesn't have to be. Again, if it's convincing, it might be that night. 3 a.m. maybe. But again, I'm glad everybody is here already. It's nice to have some people showing up. Last week, we had a couple hundred people in here. And this time, there was very little notice. Apologies on that. But I got it going for Florida, for Wyoming, and Alaska. That's going to be later. We'll see what happens with that. So it might be a slower stream. It might be a slower stream. Again, pardon me, but that's fine. We'll be easier to read all the comments and follow all the results. So who's going to take on Rick Scott here? The incumbent Republican running for a second term. Rick Scott has won some close races in the past. Couple terms as governor, and then he knocked off Bill Nelson in the blue wave of 2018. That's an impressive win. In a blue wave, taking out a 3-term incumbent. So Rick Scott, I don't think he's the strongest candidate, but he is durable. I'll give him that. Okay, yeah, get me the info on Georgia. I can't follow everything. Had a lot of craziness going on. Certainly the last week, but even the last couple of months. But here we are. We're doing another stream. Let's see. A lot of races here in the House. 28 seats. Florida keeps gaining population. I know there's some school board races as well here. I don't think they're on here, but that's something else to keep in mind for the Sunshine State. It's a big state, probably going to get some people from there in the chat. Mayor of Miami-Dade, that's another race to take a look at. Wyoming, that's going to be in a couple of hours. And in the meantime, we're going to kind of just do what we normally do. Have a nice community stream. We'll see who shows up. I'm sure there's going to be some regulars once they find out I'm actually streaming. because again, there was literally like no notice. Just a couple of minutes. Even had a problem setting the stream up this time, so just getting it off the ground, that was half the battle. So Debbie Mucarsel Powell, 70%. Let's see, where do we have some vote here? We've got 70% in Pinellas. And already Florida counting. They do some speedy counting. We've got Broward County. And it looks like she's at 70 at most of these counties. All right, so, whoops. So hopefully everybody's having a great night, a great evening, wherever you are. And hopefully you're ready for another several hours of streaming. Again, it was a challenge to get this one up. I was on the fence about just saying, maybe on the next one, we'll just skip this one. It's too difficult. And then at the last second, I said, okay, I'm going to get it going. I'm going to get it off the ground. We're going to do another stream. I think the people want the stream, so here we are. I wish I had more notice, but it just didn't work out this time. But it should take a little while for people to fill in, or maybe they don't fill in because there was just no notice. Maybe they already found another stream tonight. All right. I'm certainly expecting less than 230 people, which is what we had last time. Georgia board have one moderate Republican, one Democrat, three loyal Trump Republicans. They passed a rule that says they can delay certifying results for reasonable inquiries. Okay. So if that's right, so you're saying the Trump-backed Republicans are okay delaying the results if there's a reasonable inquiry. I guess that depends on what is considered reasonable. But that's just the certification. Now, that's not the counting. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. Again, what's considered a delay, what's considered reasonable. And that's just for the certification process. I mean, on the surface, that doesn't sound bad. If there is a reason to delay something, if it's reasonable, well, that doesn't sound too bad, really. But I guess the devil's always in the details. 39% of the vote in here in this Senate primary. And Rick Scott is having no trouble at all. 84% of the vote in, or 84%, with 36% of the vote in. And in Broward, he's getting right on the money, 84%. The same with Powell. Mucarsel Powell, she's getting 70 in Broward. So Broward looks like the bellwether so far in these results. We've got some Miami-Dade here. And Debbie Mucarsel Powell slightly under her total. She's at 68. And Rick Scott doing better in Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade all of a sudden has 59% of the vote in. And he's at 90%. Investigate already settled Fulton County election results that made Attorney General mad since he doesn't want to be told how to do his job. I see. Well, there's going to be I'm expecting a lot of lawsuits and craziness in this upcoming election. I think it's just getting started. I think you're going to see a lot with ballots, signatures, voting machines, elections boards, drop boxes, polling hours. I think you're going to see everything. There's going to be a lot of expansions and challenges, and it's not going to be too pretty. Back in 16, yeah, before COVID, it was much less chaotic. We got the results for the most part on election day, shortly thereafter. Thoughts on rumor that RFK will drop out and endorse Trump? Apparently on Polymarket, the odds shot up into the 60s. That if there is news, recent news, like in the last few days, yeah, I've had so much happening that I haven't heard too much. I've heard that in the background discussed probably over the last month, a little bit. It didn't seem like it was true, but if there's something new going on the past few days, and if the odds are in the 60s, maybe there is something to that. Now, if you were to ask me that a couple of months ago, I would have said there's only a 5% chance. But given everything that's happened over the past couple of months, I can see Kennedy maybe realizing he's not going to get the job done this time. Now, a lot of that's unfair. I get it. His ballot access has been challenged. There's been some smears. He's kind of eccentric. He has some baggage himself, but of course, the third party candidates are always going to have a huge uphill climb to compete against the two parties. But if he realizes he has no chance, maybe he tries to get a cabinet type of position if Trump were to win. So I can see that happening. Now, how likely is it? I don't know. Again, I haven't seen the recent news, so I can't answer it. But I would not be shocked if it happens. Because Kennedy, it looks like it's not coming together for him. Of course, he's had incredible challenges. But him backing Trump, I think I've heard different rumors, though, that he might speak at the DNC or something. I heard that. I don't think that's panning out. But there's a lot of rumors out there. You got to be careful on which ones are actually more likely to happen than not. But that's interesting. It's an interesting scenario if Kennedy were to throw in the towel and endorse Trump. I'm assuming he'd have to get something out of it. Nothing in the 1st and the 13th districts yet. Again, a lot of U.S. House races here. Again, welcome aboard to anybody that's showing up for this spontaneous stream. We just got going about 20 minutes ago. And there was no notice, but hopefully you were able to get a notification and find the stream anyway. Nicole Shanahan said they're considering endorsing Trump and dropping out. That would be it. If that's true, which, hey, That's the first I'm hearing of it. It sounds like it's a little bit more true than not. But sometimes there's rumors, we heard Biden, he's staying in the race. He's not dropping out. Then he drops out. We've heard a lot of different things. We've heard he might drop JD Vance. I thought that's very unlikely. But that'd be how much would that affect the race, I think is the question. I think some people who support Kennedy would be dissatisfied because there's some people that are coming out for Kennedy, and if it wasn't Kennedy, they're not going to vote. So if he endorses Trump, they might view that as him selling out to the two-party duopoly, and then they're not going to vote. Now he might get more back from some more independent, maybe libertarian minded type of Republicans, maybe some Democrats that were just found Kennedy's brand appealing. And if he endorses Trump, Trump could get a chunk of those voters, maybe a couple percent of Kennedy's vote. That could boost Trump's support a little bit. Some of those people could go to Harris, possibly. Probably not too many, given everything we've seen. I think a lot would stay home, though. Just like if Jill Stein were not on the ballot, I think a lot of those voters would just stay home. I think a little bit would go to Harris. Same with Cornel West. But I could see Trump getting a little bit out of that. Probably not a ton, but hey, in a close race, a 0.5%, maybe 1%, that could be the deciding factor. You're a Kennedy fan and you don't like the way things look, I will vote no matter what. Might have to vote Trump, but really hoping not to have to do that. Sounds like you fall into that category, what I was just describing. That, yeah, you're probably a more disaffected voter, and Kennedy, he crafted a message that was appealing outside of the two main parties. And you probably weren't going to come out at all, maybe, some of you who were voting for Kennedy, but you specifically, you might go for Trump now, if Kennedy drops out and endorses him. But I can understand that being disappointing if you're going to vote for a third party and then they drop out and support one of the major party candidates. That can be kind of a gut punch. But you'd have to hear what he says. If he says, hey, he carefully evaluated everything and Trump understands his positions, he's going to get in the cabinet, then maybe that convinces you. Maybe you'll never be convinced because, again, trying to break up the two major parties, that's an admirable goal, at least in many people's opinion. Certainly the third party supporters. Yeah, could search up stuff later. Since this long live stream, it's hard to explain. Let's hope it helps a bit on tidbits in Georgia. Well, I mean, is there more to it, or you kind of summed it up there and you said that the elections board is okay delaying certification if there's a valid reason? I mean, if that's the bulk of it, then sounds like I'm up to speed, potentially. But I would think that delaying certification, I would think that I know it sounds highly loaded and charged because of the politics surrounding it, but I would think in any state, in any year, if there is a reasonable cause, that any state would delay it. That just seems like what it would have been forever in every state. But applying the politics of today over that, then it sounds totally politically charged. So yeah, if there's more detail, we'll see what happens with that. And yeah, I think I got the stream started way too late with way too little notice. but it's going to be a more intimate affair. We're going to have some good commentary, good Q&A in the chat. And here we go. We've got some races called here in the House. A lot of token opposition in these primaries. Incumbents are getting in the mid-70s to the mid-80s. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Mario Diaz, Ballart, Brian Mast, Gus Bilrakis. A moment. Apologies on that. But I think we're back up here. Again, things not going super well on the stream this time, but we're back after a couple minutes snag there. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. You never know when, your internet provider is going to have issues, but we've got the 8th district here. This is an open seat, and it's already been called for Mike Herodopoulos. This is to replace Bill Posey. I think that's the only incumbent retiring here in Florida. Okay, anyway, I think now we're actually back. Again, apologies on that couple of minutes snag there. Everything should be back. Again, you never know when your internet provider is going to have a little bit of downtime. So apologies on that. The stream is not going as smoothly as planned, but I think we're back at it. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but again, you can never predict downtime for your internet service. But yeah, sometimes things happen on a stream. Hopefully, again, that doesn't happen. And the 8th district, I was saying, that is an open seat to replace Bill Posey. That's the only retiring incumbent in the state. And we've got the winner. It's already Mike Herodopoulos. 71% of the vote. Yeah, I think that's only the second or third time I've ever had a stream go down. It was only for a couple minutes. Could happen again, but hopefully not. But anyway, we've got, here is the 13th. And Whitney Fox, who is expected to win. She's been the winner here, declared the winner, the nominee. In the 13th district, she's going to take on Anna Paulina Luna in the general election. Luna should be favored to win that. But this is the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg area, Pinellas County. Just west here of Tampa. And let's see, let's go back here to the main event. Again, there's not a whole lot to call here because there's Mucarsel Powell is, I'm surprised they haven't called it on here actually. I suppose they want to wait for the Panhandle. The Panhandle, that closes, I think, an hour later, so probably going to wait for that, and then it should be called immediately. Same thing with Rick Scott. Yeah, I know the internet, I hate when the internet goes down. Hopefully that doesn't happen on election day. Good to hear people are still back in here. Swinger, sorry you're late. Hey, I'm late actually. There was no notice for this stream. Got it going with just a minute or two. Absolutely no notice, so I'm not expecting a full house here. lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. I could have easily scrapped the stream because it wasn't going to work out this week. But we're here. We've got the schedule here again is Alaska, Florida, Wyoming. And also the DNC, the convention is happening today. And then we've got a couple more primaries. We've got Massachusetts on the 3rd, Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island on the 10th. I think it's unlikely there will be a stream for these days. So I would not plan on those. Maybe a debate that comes up, could look into that. But can't do every stream. But this is 4 weeks in a row. So we've got 4 streams. Hopefully people realize there's a stream going on if you have notifications turned on. But I do appreciate the people that did show up. I don't know if you were on other channels and you were waiting for me to get going. Some people have backup channels. They have 3 or 4 they watch. Some people only want to see my commentary. But we were discussing Kennedy before dropping out, potentially dropping out and endorsing Trump. That would be fascinating stuff. I don't think it would change a ton, but I could see Trump getting a little bit of a bounce out of it, just a little bit. Half a point, maybe a point. Maybe it's a little bit more than that. Depends on the details. So we've got Mucarsel Powell has dipped down under 70%. And we've got the panhandle should be coming in here in 25 minutes, I would guess. That's usually what happens. And you got to hand it to Florida. They count their ballots. They're not going to, they got going right after poll closing, and it's a steady stream of results. This is how you do it. It's a huge state. But they do not keep the people in suspense. Certainly much less than other states. Rick Scott, meanwhile, is sitting there with 84. In Miami-Dade, he's got 90. He's got 85 in Broward. He's got 84 in Palm Beach. There's not a whole lot to talk about. He's dominating. Pretty much token opposition here. And a lot of these House races. Here's a close one in the 17th. Greg Steube, he's going to be awaiting a challenger here. But whoever wins for the Democrats, probably going down to Steube. But it's always nice to see a close race. But not so close that it takes weeks to count. You watch a lot of YouTube, so when went live? Gotcha. Yeah, I do wonder. I hope the notifications work. But you did make it here right away. Again, I'm expecting way less than the 230 people we had in here last time. That was a good stream, a lot of action. This time, no notice. And we do have a big state, though. It is Florida. This is not nothing, but no super competitive races expected. So it's going to be kind of a lower profile stream. Not sure how long we're going to go. Again, Alaska closes in about 5.5 hours. We might not even get to that because it's just way too late. And Wyoming is coming up in about an hour and a half. Notification worked. Great. Good stuff. Yeah, this is a very low stream. I think I got going way too late. Other people already found other streams, but maybe they'll stop by eventually. It's going to be a lot easier to call the results this time. Less messages and so less commotion. That's good and bad. Last week we were talking about adding some chat moderators. Probably be looking into that for the general election. Let's see. I can pretty much read almost every comment, given how there's not a ton of people here. You subscribed a couple of months ago. You have notifications on and have been meaning to catch a stream. That's how I got here. So this is the first stream. Well, that's you picked a good time because there's not too many people here. Last time there was 230. And that was the peak. And 4 streams in a row, 4 weeks in a row. Nice to see you making it to your first stream. Again, either you want to see not too many people here so you can get your comments in, or you do want to see a lot of people here because some people don't want to show up to an empty stream. Nothing in the first. That's going to be the Panhandle. So we'll be looking at that in about 20 minutes. A chance of Wyoming voting Harris this November, do you think? Well, it's going to be close to 0. I would say 0. But, once in a while, I keep a tiny percentage open in case the most extreme scenario happens. But outside of the most extreme scenario where Trump drops out, endorses Harris, and, Harris has some kind of Wyoming related event that seriously boosts her popularity, she's going to lose that state for sure. Maybe the reddest state out there. Red Legion. Good evening. Thanks for showing up. Nice thing to have on in the background. Cool to participate. Yeah. That works. Again, yeah, there was no notice for this. I literally put it up like a minute or two beforehand. Just a lot of things happening behind the scenes, but I decided to do this stream. Figured we'll see what happens. Virginia poll out today. Hit her. It's up by 3. I did actually glance at that. I actually got it right here. Roanoke College, 47 Harris, 44 Trump. In the multiple third-party race, it's a 3-point lead also. The Senate, though, look at this. Tim Kaine up 11 points. So that looks like it's going to be a blowout unless Hung Kao, if Hung Kao gets something going here at the end and maybe Tim Kaine falters, Kaine is going to be winning another term. But yeah, that's probably that looks like a pre-Harris type of poll. Because since Harris, haven't seen states like this in low single digits. Harris went up by 1. Is that in the Roanoke College poll? Wasp, hey. Thanks for stopping by. Again, there was literally no notice for this stream. So you're coming in here. It's pretty empty. Last week, over 200 people. I was on the fence about doing the stream, but I put it up. We already had a downtime. The stream went down for a couple minutes. The internet went out, but it's not really packed in here this time. So that's good and bad depending on how you look at it. But good to see people in here. Hopefully everybody's having a great night. We've got Florida coming in. Nothing too shocking yet here. And we're not expecting anything shocking, really. Again, also apologies on the voice just a little bit. Scott and Barrasso will win their primaries. Yep, I think that's a pretty easy call. Wyoming is coming up in a couple of hours, or an hour and a half. The biggest event right now is here for the U.S. Senate in Florida. And again, as expected, we've got Debbie Mucarsel-Powell with a commanding lead here, about 70%. And we're waiting for the panhandle to come in. Those polls are in a different time zone. They should come in about 15 minutes. And then I expect the race to be called. Rick Scott, the incumbent Republican, he's in the mid-80s. And in the key counties, Miami-Dade, Mucarsel-Powell is at about 68. She's at 70 in Broward and 73 in Palm Beach. In Pinellas, she's up to 77. Rick Scott is doing a little bit better in Miami-Dade. He's at 90. 85 in Broward, 84 in Palm Beach, and 82 in Pinellas. Over 70% of the vote in only 45 minutes. And Florida does seem to set the standard for how to count votes. Okay, Virginia won. So Harris went up by 1 in that Virginia. Is that comparing it to the previous Roanoke poll? She was up 2. I'm not sure if I understand that completely. Wyoming. Yep. I think we'll be getting to the point where Wisconsin and Michigan are in reasonable Republican fighting margins. Well, Montana leans Republican or tilt Republican, and Ohio is a tilt or toss-up Democrat. For the Senate, we're talking about just for the Senate. Yeah, that, you know, all year long, and even longer than that, I try to keep my expectations open. And for a while, I say after Labor Day is when we're going to really start paying attention. But given the last month or two of the state of the race, I think October is what we're really going to be looking at. Maybe even mid-October. That we're going to get into some debates then, and then we're going to have a lot of voters actually start paying attention. We're going to get likely voters instead of registered voters, and more of the polling. And then we might have a better idea of what's going on. Plus, we still need to have a little bit of time go by after the DNC and after Harris became the nominee, and maybe the honeymoon period expires, because there's been a lot of volatility in this race. So I think things should take some time, let the dust settle after Labor Day for sure. But I'm not going to feel too good about the polling. I don't know if I'm going to feel great about it on Election Day, given some of the misses we've seen over the past several cycles. But I don't think I'm going to feel too good about it, at least until October. We'll see what happens if any kind of red or blue wave emerges. Plus October surprises. Both sides could be sitting on something, and they're going to maybe leak it to the press in October. Big bombshell could come out. New strategies may happen after the DNC. Both sides should do that to solidify areas of support and growing areas they need. Absolutely. Does Alaska do a jungle primary similar to Washington, California, and Louisiana, or do they have normal primaries? Is each party? No, it's all in one. It's a blanket primary. The top four, nah, blanket primary. Top four go on to the general election, and it's all candidates on one ballot. Top four, they go on to the general. Personally, I've said I'm not a big fan of a top four going on to the general. I'd like to see parties win their nomination and then go on to the general. And then there's ranked choice in the general. But yeah, it's not like California, Washington, or Louisiana. California, Washington have the top two. Alaska has the top four. And it doesn't matter if somebody gets 50% of the vote in the primary, they don't win. In Louisiana, if you get 50% in that jungle primary, that Louisiana primary, then you do go on to, you automatically win. Now, they have made some changes there in Louisiana. I think that goes into effect in a couple of years, so you'll have to look up those changes, but Alaska is kind of doing its own thing for now, so they could repeal ranked choice voting. That we've discussed that in the past. That gathered some signatures that might be on the ballot. It might not. Some court challenges there. Okay. Wisconsin has good Democrat Senate candidate. Hovde was a bad choice. GOP could have had Paul Ryan or Scott Walker. Yeah, I don't think Hovde is a great candidate. I said that before, so I agree there. He already ran in the past, 12 years ago. He did not become the nominee. I don't think Paul Ryan would have done anything, though. I think Paul Ryan is, unless he recovered his popularity miraculously, I don't think Paul Ryan would have had success. I don't think he could have won in a primary either. But Scott Walker, that's interesting. That, not sure how that would have gone. Walker has been very polarizing. I thought they were going to get maybe Mike Gallagher in there. There was talk about Tom Tiffany earlier in the election season. Didn't happen. David Clark was also bandied about, but never happened. Not that I think Clark would be a strong candidate, but he was in the mix. Honeymoon for Harris is when she messes up. That is why she's playing very safe. So when she does that, when it happens, there is where she can fail, but it's still unknown if so. Yeah, she's gonna, once she gets more, unscripted types of media coverage, interviews, events, where she just speaks off the cuff. That, I do think, I've been saying that for a year or two. That didn't seem controversial at all. Her authenticity, it seemed like that was one of her major problems. Certainly a few months ago, last year, that's what people said, and I agreed that there's some authenticity concerns there. October surprise when a bunch of parents got terrified of razor blades and candy. Well, yeah, that's usually every year, right? The old stereotype, the razor blade in the apple. I wonder how often that actually happens. Maybe it's never happened. Okay. Alaska have 50% plus one majority requirement. Not in the primary, only in the general election. With ranked choice. Once somebody gets 50% plus one in the general, with ranked choice, then they're the winner. The primary, Doesn't matter. Just top four, and that's it. Okay, we're about 7 minutes away from the rest of Florida closing. You're a volunteer for Mara Macy in Florida 5. So I'm interested in that race. Okay, let's take a look here. Well, good to have you in here, though, if you're from one of these races, from these campaigns. Mara Macy has already lost to John Rutherford, the incumbent Rutherford, with 92% of the vote in. So that's good stuff, having somebody who volunteered for one of these campaigns in the stream. But yeah, it's a 2-to-1 margin here for Rutherford. I can't say I know much about this specific race at all, but it's kind of a lopsided margin here for John Rutherford. In Alaska, you can drop out. Also, Alaska is more complicated because she seems, again, national versus non-national infighting. Yeah, there was so much going on in that race the last two times between Sarah Palin, Nick Begich. Now we've got Nancy Dahlstrom, lieutenant governor. No Sarah Palin this time. And I've said Palin was a weak candidate. She still could have won, but I thought she was weak, and of course she did not win. Supreme Court. Oh wait. Let's go back to the main race. What? But there's your Florida fifth. For whoever was asking about it. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem on giving you those results. Okay, reason you say Paul Ryan is because of national name identity. Yeah, but I mean, even when he was Romney's running mate, he did not deliver the goods. He couldn't win his home state, and then since then, after his reign as Speaker of the House, yeah, his popularity went so low. He was kind of the embodiment of who everybody hates. Republicans didn't like him. Democrats didn't like him. And I haven't even seen much out of Paul Ryan in the last few years. But I don't think I think he's pure establishment. That's the thing. And Republicans have gone in an anti-establishment direction. And Ryan was all he's like Mitch McConnell in a sense. It's establishment. So there's a lot of dissatisfaction there. Plus his personality. He has a little bit of authenticity issue. There's some issues there with him as well. Supreme Court of Alaska on ranked choice voting. Murkowski loyalists. Okay. Yeah, Murkowski has endorsed, I think she endorsed Peltola in that race. So that's, I can understand if you're a Republican in Alaska and not being into Murkowski. Incumbent John Rutherford is a rhino. Mara Macy is the conservative challenger. I think a lot of these races have gotten more conservative challengers, but it's just so tough to take out an incumbent. They've got the name ID, they've got the funding, they're going to have more endorsements. I don't know too much about John Rutherford, but I see that in a lot of races, both on the Democrats and the Republican side. There's a lot of pure establishment candidates, and they get a challenge from the left or the right, and most of the time it doesn't go anywhere. How big do you think a convention bump will be if Harris does get one? At this point, I have no idea. It seemed like prior to all this commotion over the past few weeks that everybody was locked in and there was very little that was going to change. Didn't matter what was going to happen. Trump had the assassination attempt. His ratings didn't change much. He had his convention. They didn't change much. So that's why it does seem odd that Harris stepping into the race, replacing Biden, goes from being very unpopular to being super popular. That that seems way too many steps in way too short of a time, in my opinion. With the polarization of voters out there, with the incumbent party being unpopular, and with Harris's ratings being low, they were weak just a month ago, 2 months ago. So could she get another bump from that? It seems very unlikely that she could go even higher, given nothing has moved the needle for Trump and also Harris's popularity as vice president. But I do want to see polling stabilize. I want to see some time go by. I want to get after Labor Day, preferably into October, so we can see how things are looking and if that honeymoon period is actually over, if it maintains, all that stuff. Let's see. You hope ranked choice voting stays. Murkowski just doesn't want her centrist seat up for grabs. Yeah, I'd like to see. Again, I'm not a big. And now the races are called here, as we've got the polls closing in the central time zone. I'm not a big top four. Moving on to the general, I don't want to see multiple parties in the general election. I think the primary is to filter out the winner from a party. Four candidates in the general from potentially the same party. I want to see somebody win in each party. Libertarians, Green Party, Independents, but also it does seem like ranked choice, because the establishment and Murkowski wanted it, that if it was the other way around, people would, the establishment, of course, they wouldn't like it. If adding ranked choice voting was going to help out an outsider candidate, well, the establishment would be completely opposed to it. So there are some people who want to see whatever the establishment wants, they want the opposite. And it is nice to see some non-establishment candidates get in there at the left and the right. Okay. Who do you think would have been a better choice going for the GOP in Wisconsin? Probably Mike Gallagher would have been better than any of these other people who's already retired from the House. But Tom Tiffany probably would be better than Eric Hovde as well, because Hovde just seems like they're going for somebody from the past, and he's already has to answer these questions about his residency and his loyalty to the state. I don't know if anybody could actually take down Baldwin, but I think somebody would have been more interesting, like Tiffany or Gallagher, maybe even Ryan Stile, and or maybe even one of the. There's a couple of statewide Republicans elected to office there. Maybe one of them. Nick Begich, if the feeling is mad that he can't even. Okay, not sure what that means. If he comes in the lead and the national backed Republicans said she may drop out, so if Peltola probably wins easily, she gets popular. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Peltola, I think, has the advantage. It's probably a good thing, though, that at least Sarah Palin has not gotten into this race. But it is going to be another battle for Begich and Nancy Dahlstrom, the lieutenant governor. But real quick, though, we do have it called here for Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. She's going to face Rick Scott in the general election. 80% of the vote in. Again, Florida really counting their ballots quickly. Give them a lot of credit on that. Just comes right in. And we should have Matt Gaetz. Nothing yet here for the Republicans. That should come in here very soon. How does Dan Sullivan, Mike Dunleavy compare politically to Murkowski? I think Murkowski is usually considered a rhino. That's usually she gets labeled as. I don't hear that thrown around about Sullivan. And Dunleavy was subject to that recall. He ended up escaping it, and then he won re-election fairly comfortably. Sullivan seems low key to me. I'd have to look a ton into his record to give you a more in-depth answer. But I don't hear a lot of issues with Sullivan. He's probably not in the Tom Cotton and J.D. Vance direction, but he's going to be a step, I guess, to the right of Murkowski. And maybe he's similar to Dunleavy. If somebody's an expert in Alaska politicians, they might be able to answer that a little bit more clearly. Taking out incumbents is tough in primaries because 30,000 voters who benefit directly from that incumbent being in office vote for him, her. Yep. It's very, very tough to take out an incumbent. You have to really get so much momentum going in a primary, especially. Just imagine Dems get House President, but then Murkowski is now the swing vote. Just imagine how mad broken Republicans are. Yeah, that is a realistic scenario. Murkowski would turn into Joe Manchin. And then, of course, Democrats would love Murkowski. It's I think a lot of people are just very self-serving, and there's some cynicism in politics. That's I don't think controversial. In your opinion, you think you should see all people of all parties and then have a top for election because it allows more diversity in the general election? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different opinions on that. Personally, I like to see parties be able to nominate and determine a winner for their party, then move on to the general. You can do ranked choice in the primary with closed primaries, or at least partisan primaries that are semi-open. And you could do ranked choice again in the general. But I always find it unsatisfying. There could be 2 or 3 candidates of the same party in the general election. That I don't find to be overly interesting. And we've got Bread Guy here. Good to see you in here. Great, good to see a channel member in the chat. Love the icon. And I did say I wasn't sure if I'd get the stream going, but hopefully you're having a nice night and you made it to the stream. Again, there was no notice for this stream. This was a absolutely last second. But great to see some people in here. Again, since there was no notice, it's not going to be packed. which is good and bad. Last week we had over 200 people in here. It got out of hand a couple of times, but this time, way less. Let's see. Okay. Ranked choice voting frequently results in a candidate winning that would have never win otherwise. If it weren't for ranked choice voting, I'm sure Begich would have won by young margins. Don Young, yep. 2-round runoff. Okay. I agree with me. One nominee from each party, and the primaries can be any method from the party chooses. Yeah, I mean, I've laid out my case for ranked choice voting in previous videos. I'm fine with it if the details are worked out. I mean, it's going to create more confusion, I think, than just picking one winner. If you have to fill out and rank candidates, of course, there's always going to be a percentage of voters that are going to not totally grasp the concept, and that it's going to take longer to count the results. It's more challenging to poll, but in the end, I do understand that having ranked choice can substitute for having a runoff. You want to get somebody over 50%. But yeah, I don't like seeing multiple the same candidate, the same party in the general election. I think that you're supposed to win a primary. You're supposed to represent that party or whatever it is. I think the general election should. I mean, seeing the top four in the general is just not really my thing. Top two, but I wouldn't want to see top two of the same party. Now, I can understand in some areas where it is. If it's all red and it's all blue vote, and there's never going to be the other party doing anything, some in blue cities or some deep red or deep blue districts, certainly for the state legislator, that it can be more appealing than if you're going to have two of the same candidate in the general election. Of course, like California, some of those House districts are so blue, Republicans would have no chance. But I do think it can make for some weirder primary dynamics, like we're seeing in Washington for that land commissioner race. In Washington, there was a point where the top two leaders were both Republicans, as we've got results pouring in here. Matt Gaetz with a massive lead, 71%. In Washington, in that land commissioner's race, two Republicans were in the lead. It changed over the last few days. One of the Democrats got that second spot, but there was a time where there was two Republicans in the lead, and two Republicans would have gone on to the general election, even though more of the vote for Democrats was just under those top two, 3, 4, 5, I think. So that could have been a situation where you had a Republican for sure winning in the general election, even though by far more of the candidates were Democrats. More of the support was for Democrats. That's why I'd like to see the parties have their own nominees. I can have a runoff in each primary. That's fine. But there's always a situation where something weird can happen in any election system. But some states have banned ranked choice voting. Some states have tried to implement it more on a local level as well. Let's see. Calm and hypnotizing delivery is a good contrast to others and much more provocative. Sounds good. Life is getting pretty old too. Oh, Lisa, not life, excuse me. Let's get that right, as it's called for Matt Gates right here. Uh, she isn't just like Joe where she's going, right? She would always be safe and her kingmaker for anything she wants, like president. She also like mansion kingmaker, and okay, I get it. She would have all that power. I get it. I support ranked choice personally because it's more about broad appeal over some really liking them, some people hating them. Yeah, I mean, I'm in on it again with the specifics how I laid out. I understand. Yep, that's very representative in reality. Ranked choice ain't that confusing. I mean, I don't think it personally is, but I think that it is just. I think it's objective that it's more confusing than not doing it. If voting for more than one candidate or ranking them, just that's just more steps. That's just more to it than picking one person. It might not be a lot, but with all the voters out there, some people just there's going to be people that find new things and multiple steps a little bit more confusing. They might leave more spots blank because they're not sure exactly what to do. Now, it should all be explained and it should go smoothly, but it's just voting for one candidate is by far the easiest. I mean, and I'm fine with ranked choice again in those situations, but I would still say it's just going to be more confusing. Now, it's not a lot, but it's more than nothing. Okay, David Spadoni, hello. Thanks for showing up. I mean, I think a lot of things with voting would not be, yeah, rocket science, but then, we've seen a lot of things where, in, remember in 2000, the Florida, the butterfly ballots, some people don't know how to punch them. They don't know how to mark them. People don't know how to fill things out. Not many, but if it's 1%, if it's 5%, if it's 0.3%, I mean, the more steps there are to do anything, just the more complicated. It's just going to invite more possibilities for things going wrong. I mean, that's how I see it. I mean, I'm not saying it has to be consequential. It could be, but I'm just saying, that's a little bit about what I think. Okay, when will RFK Jr. drop out? Well, that I somebody mentioned that earlier, and I haven't heard the latest news. Again, I've had a lot going on. I haven't really been able to look up anything today. So if somebody did mention that he might drop out and endorse Trump, that would be interesting stuff. Probably, I would assume Kennedy's looking for a cabinet position if Trump were able to win. So I have not been able to get the recent news on that, so I'll have to leave that up to everybody else. I'll have to try to look at that some other time. Uh, 2 round runoff system. Yeah, I can. I mean, I'm not saying this is the only way I'd like to do it, but semi-open or semi-closed primaries, partisan primaries with ranked choice in the primary. You can have that for independents. You could do it for libertarians, Green Party, all those. Then everybody that meets the requirements gets on the general election ballot. Then another ranked choice in the general. But I'm also fine with in the primaries having a later runoff. I know it creates more hassle, but I do find an appeal where if there's two candidates that have not gotten to 50% and there's like 6 candidates in the race, I think having a later runoff, I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm saying there's some appeal. where you do a month later, you have another runoff, and you get a whole month to really get to know those two candidates. They get to you filtered out the crowded field. You're down to just two. Then those candidates they get to hone their campaign and their messaging on the electorate over that next month instead of having the runoff immediately. I'm not saying that's the best way to do it. I'm saying I can see some appeal there with a later runoff where you get it down to just two and then you relaunch those campaigns so everybody can just focus on the two that are actually in contention. That's one way to think about it. Okay. RFK started his campaign with 22. Now he's dropped. Yeah, he really hit a wall here. Again, some of that is his own doing. But of course, I think when people try to challenge the establishment or maybe the two party duopoly, as a lot of people would put it, you're going to run into problems. There's going to be smears. Of course, there's going to be some smears. The media and the two main parties, they're going to come after him. He's also, of course, has some errors on his own, but third parties, you know you're actually a threat when they try to smear you. That's on all sides. Thoughts on impact if RFK were to announce he dropped out? Not the biggest fan of ranked choice voting, but just fracture. Okay. Well, I did answer this earlier, but with Kennedy, if he dropped out, it depends if he endorses Trump and how that whole dynamic goes, if with his speech or whatever. But if he endorses Trump, or even if he doesn't, I would expect a lot of those Kennedy supporters are just going to sit home because I think a lot of them were only coming out purely for Kennedy. He was a different voice. Other than that, how many of the remaining voters would go to other parties? I think Harris would probably get very little. Maybe the Libertarians would get a chunk, a small chunk. Trump support, I could see going up a little, half a point, maybe a point. Probably with an endorsement, though. I don't think it would be by much, but again, even a half a point, maybe 1 point, that could be something. But some voters, I think, are still going to just write in Kennedy, or they're going to vote for him anyway. Okay, yeah, Kennedy would help Trump because the swing states are so close. Yeah, I think even if it's slight, that could be heavily impactful. But again, it all depends on exactly what happens. I haven't followed the recent news, but apparently there's some recent news people have mentioned. Alaska will try to repeal ranked choice. Yeah, that was supposed to get on the ballot. Then there's something with the signatures. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. RFK's running mate definitely thinking about endorsing Trump. Really, she seemed to be much more from the left side than Kennedy. So if she's thinking of endorsing Trump, that seems pretty intense. But we'll see what happens there. Ranked choice would be a great option. I wish everybody had it. First past the post means wasted votes. Yeah, I think again, I guess there's a lot of different ways to implement it, as I've said. If you do the blanket primary, if you do nonpartisan, if you do it just for the primary, if you have close primaries, if you do it for the general, how many people in each round. There's different ways to do the details. So some of the ways, personally, I'm in favor of it. I can do some ranked choice. I can understand that. Some of it I'm neutral on, and some different aspects I'm not in favor of. So there's a whole huge range of opinions. I've seen a ton of them. Get a lot of different views in the comments with people that like it, they don't like it. And 86% of the vote in here again. Florida getting the job done on counting votes. Let's see. Again, I appreciate everybody that's stopping by for this spontaneous live stream. There was no notice for this thing, so it's much, much quieter in here than the 200 plus people last week. There's also the DNC convention happening today. But we've got Florida, we've got Wyoming, and Alaska is also later on. I don't know if we're going to get to that because that is way late and we're not sure how quickly the results are going to be. A couple cable news ads in the election explaining ranked choice to boomers. They'll get it. You need multi-member districts like we have in Europe. Okay. Some states do have that for certain levels of government. New Jersey has something like that for the General Assembly. Let's see. Approval voting, yeah, that I would need to go look more into that again to give you my current opinion. But again, I think changing anything more than very slightly is, that's, going to create a little bit more confusion. And that could be, I don't want it to be an issue. I don't want people to be slightly, I don't want one person to be more confused, but it's just always a chunk. Again, going back to 2000 and some of those ballots in Florida, some people didn't know which hole to punch in those butterfly ballots. It's some people, they punch it a different way, or they, when they're filling in a circle, they fill it in a halfway. They put an X. There's a lot of different ways people do things that you might think, wow, how could anybody do that? But there's some people that just, they find a way to do it differently, or they're legitimately confused. Okay. Late runoffs will help incumbent candidates. Well, certainly, I guess it depends, but yeah, I think it might depend. I'll leave it at that. Should do a full jungle primary where anyone that wants to runs use ranked choice to choose the candidates. I mean, if there was a primary field with, even if there was more than two or three, I might not even know who a lot of the candidates are. I wouldn't even want to vote for them. But super crowded primary ballots can be, that can be intimidating. Let's see. Like the video, yeah. Like, share, subscribe. Always do those standard things if you're enjoying the stream or the channel or any of the videos. Uh, let's see. Late runoffs will hurt the party which has them because voters will be divided. Okay. Kennedy was at 6 in Virginia. Trump down by 3. Yeah, I did pull up that poll here again. Here it is. Roanoke College. Harris 47, Trump 44. Third parties included. It's still a 3-point lead for Harris. Hung Kao is trailing 11 over Tim Kaine in the Senate race. Let's see. The running mate leaked the story. Okay. Is it quote leaked or might be one of those non-leak leaks? The one most opposite of the way we're currently vote, I'm more in favor of. All your live streams are spontaneous. Not all of them. I try to give, but today I gave no notice. This stream and the Trump assassination attempt stream, I went up with zero notice. It was just a minute or two. The other streams, half of them I've given a couple of days notice at least. And the other half I've given at least a few hours notice. But this one was like 1 minute. So I didn't get to post anything about it really. And also, here's the house races again. I'm not sure what else there is to take a look at. Most of them are called. Again, there's some school board elections happening, but they're not on here. But I think that's something, certainly if you're from the state, you might want to take a look at. Looks like the incumbent mayor of Miami-Dade has a massive lead. I'm not sure why that's not called. Still got some house races yet to be called. So at the top of the hour, we've got Wyoming, 29 minutes. Okay. Those votes gettable for Dems or further right to Scott? I'm not sure who we're talking about. If we're comparing to Keith Gross, I haven't really looked too much into this race, but I would think any. Actually, yeah, I'm not sure if we're talking about Rick Scott here in his primary. Keith Gross, here we go. Maybe this will give us some answers. Keith Gross spent millions against Scott. So pretty bad result for him. Oh, spent millions. That would be pretty bad. What percent of the vote do you think Peltola will get? Um, well, in the final round of the general, you mean tonight or in the general election? That's those are two different questions. Tonight, um, I don't know. It could be high 40s. It's tough when you have, or actually, no, wait, I gotta look at this ballot again. Yeah, if there's all these candidates on here, I think I'm thinking in the the general election in the first round. See, this is already making it more confusing to comment on. Not that this is the wrong way to do it, but tonight, Peltola, with all these candidates, I'm sure most of them are going to get nothing, but she should get at least in the mid 40s, I would guess. But there's so many candidates on here. I don't know if all of them are going to add up to maybe 3-4% before you get to these top three. So that's going to be interesting. But again, we might not even get to these results, but she should probably get in the mid 40s, maybe the high 40s. But again, it's so crowded, I can't say for sure. I mean, if all these candidates got a 0.5%, that would add up. And Peltola could be down there 42, and then Begich and Dahlstrom could pull in whatever they're going to get. Peltola is screwed if Begich doesn't get second because he will drop out if he gets third. Oh, really? I did not hear that actually. Um, Yeah, that does make the that form of ranked choice less appealing to me. If a candidate gets to the general election, then they're going to drop out because they actually were not the highest Republican. I just want to see who would be the highest Republican. And the same with the Democrats, but there's really only going to be Peltola in there. Um, let's see. Trump endorsed against DeSantis in a Florida House race. Okay, I'm not sure which district that is, but that could happen. I guess they could disagree on something here and there. They don't have to be perfectly aligned unless Trump is out for some kind of vengeance. I'm not sure if there's a storyline behind it. District 7, we can take a look at that real quick. We got to look up whatever we can here. Let's see. Senate District 7. Okay, so it looks like this is an open seat because no incumbent. There's no asterisk. It's always good to hear more high profile races that are just not on the map. But if this is what you're saying, a Trump and DeSantis split endorsement here. Okay, Murkowski endorsed her. I think if she could be close to 50 since her popularity has grown. Yeah, no, Murkowski endorsing her. That's wild. I can understand Republicans not liking Murkowski there. Because you'd think that she's only going to endorse somebody who's um, she's only going to endorse somebody that's willing to go up against Trump. That's a Republican. The never Trump Republicans, she'd endorse them. But Peltol's a Democrat. That'd be like Joe Manchin endorsing Jim Justice for Senate. Yeah, a little complicated to look at. Yeah, Murkowski, I believe, yeah, she did endorse Peltola. Thomas, how are you doing today? I'm doing okay. A lot of action behind the scenes. It's not smooth, but I got the stream up, and it's good to have everybody in here for a real last second stream. 4 weeks in a row, we've covered four primaries. Highest Republican, Cory Gardner. Gardner winning that race in 14. That was impressive. Of course, he then went on to be defeated there by Hickenlooper, but that was an impressive win in a fairly blue state, although back in 14 it was not as blue as it is now. Yeah, let's confirm. I thought Murkowski did endorse Peltola, but and I was surprised to see it because again, it at this point, like what's going on there? She's just going to endorse the opposite party. Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, gotcha. Trump endorsed many candidates. Gotcha. Okay. Miami-Dade sheriff, not even Kemp would endorse a Dem. That's why I say she is way more of a closer leaving the party than any other Republican. Yeah, if Trump wins, if the Republicans get the Senate and the House, then it's just going to be what we just saw the past couple of years with Cinema and Manchin. They're going to be these people with the swing power potentially. That's going to shift to Murkowski and Collins. And the Democrats that hated Manchin and Sinema and the Republicans that liked them, everybody's going to flip. Republicans would hate Murkowski and Collins. They already do. And Democrats are going to love them. Anybody from the opposite party that goes against that party, the other side just loves, they adore them. We see that all the time when somebody comes out against Trump. A lot of the media has just, they love them. We've seen that over the years, big time. But anyway, let's see. Increasingly bitter state Senate race, both sides send millions. Interesting. That 7th district here in the state Senate. Well, it doesn't look like it's close. It's called here for leak. So which one of these, was this the Trump endorsed candidate or was that the DeSantis endorsed candidate? I might have missed it, so somebody could fill me in on that, so I don't have to look it up on the side. More money than in some house rate. That would be a ton, yeah. Mario Diaz Balart win in 26, I believe so. Let's here, yeah, 83%. He had that in the bag, I think, earlier when I checked. Not even close. Token opposition, 10%. And that's pretty much true for most of these incumbents. Very mild opposition. And most of these seats are red, so it doesn't really matter who the Democrats put up. And then there's a few blue districts where it doesn't matter who the Republicans put up. Here's one that it could theoretically be competitive, I guess. Maria Elvira Salazar, the incumbent. It's not called yet here for the Democrats. Collins definitely leans right. She just in a tough state doesn't like Trump. Lisa, more like independent. Yeah, I know that's a fair point that Collins is in a bluer state. I do wonder if Collins is going to run again. I'm sure that's going to be talked about. But she massively outperformed that polling in 20 there. It looked like she was possibly going to lose. Like there was a good chance. And all of a sudden she pulls it out and wins it comfortably. That was easily the worst poll, the worst polling in that election cycle. Leak was endorsed by the establishment. Trump endorsed Shore. Okay. Gotcha. So DeSantis, look, I guess he comes out with the last laugh in that race in the state Senate. But from DeSantis's perspective, doesn't he wants who he wants. That's the state legislator. If he's satisfied with that candidate, that's going to help him. So I'm not sure the dynamics of that race specifically, but from if DeSantis had a problem with his legislator, I would think he would endorse the challenger. But sounds like he got what he wanted, which should help him as governor. Future trends of Kansas and Wisconsin. While Kansas is looks like that's headed a little bit toward the left. Wisconsin is usually gets talked about as going toward the right. I think it's unclear. I think it could go toward the right. The long-term trends, though, I think there's so much range. But let's say in 10 years, I can see Kansas getting more in it's going to get a little bit more competitive. It's going to go more toward the left. That seems fairly likely as the blue areas and the suburbs get a little bit redder and the population goes down in those rural counties a little bit. But in Wisconsin, I think it's really remains to be seen. It's up for grabs. We got to see if those lighter red areas and those lighter blue areas are they going to get trend toward the right and really make that state the state outlook redder there, or are the Democrats just going to do well in the suburbs and they're going to not let it go red? It's tough. It seems like it's going to be competitive though. Okay, let's see. Everyone loved Liz Cheney suddenly. Yeah, back when she came out against Trump, yeah, there was the the adoration just it becomes a little greasy in my opinion. Tom Leak was by everyone else in Florida, so it's not shocking he won easily. Collins different running, if not Dems would have huge advantage. Who won the primary in Miami? That was the incumbent. If we're talking about, you talking about the mayor of Miami-Dade County? It actually is not called, but with 86% in, it doesn't even look close here, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. Thoughts on national and state polls seemingly being all over the place? Well, I usually give kind of the same comments, and that is we've seen a ton of changes over the past couple of months, a lot of volatility there. So I'm waiting until certainly after Labor Day, which is going to be in a couple weeks. And then at this point, October, maybe mid to late October, that's what I want to. I want to see the polls. That way, the campaigns will be in full swing. Hopefully, we'll have had some debates, and the honeymoon period, if that's over for Harris, that'll be long over. Maybe she maintains popularity, and we'll have a good sense of what the polls are showing. Now, the polls could be off. Of course, it's 16. Now, you could say maybe they've gotten better since then, but in 2020, they weren't really that great. And certainly in 16, it looked like Hillary was winning it. It was hard to bet against that. Like almost everything was pointing to Hillary winning that election. Maybe it was more narrow, but it looked like she was going to win it by a lot. Comfortable margin for Hillary. And if you just went by the polls, you'd say, of course, Trump has no chance. And I thought he was going down. But that's why we don't never know what to expect. But I do think Harris was fairly unpopular as vice president prior to Biden dropping out. So I do think it's too suspicious, too much of a big change in a short amount of time for her to go to being unpopular to being Obama popular. That's way too much, way too quickly. It does seem very unsustainable. I think Democrats are just excited that Biden is out of there. And there's kind of an excitement around something new energy temporarily. But if she was so popular now, I would think that she would be have been popular 2 months ago. That's just how I look at it. It just that seems to be the most reasonable to me. But of course, everybody has their own take on it. Does Florida's 13th and 14th state house district not have any GOP challengers? Um, Yeah, I don't see anything on here. I heard Democrats fielded candidates in every race for the legislator, or maybe they were at least in the House, probably in the Senate as well. But maybe Republicans thought these are just such blue districts that they're not going to waste any time. But that's what it looks like based on this. Okay. Goes Senate race, Wisconsin, Maine, Ohio, Alaska, Texas, Florida are probably only seats up for future Dems. Utah, Mississippi, I give the lowest chance for surges or independent. Is it in the future? Is that what we're talking about? Any chance Dems will try for her seat in in Maine for Collins? Well, if so, then that's a yes. But let's see, which states have primaries next? That's going to be right here. Massachusetts on the 3rd. And I know you're in the New England area, so these are going to be in that ballpark. And then on the 10th, we've got Delaware, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Then that's it. Then we're all done. So those are the late primaries. I know I'm not going to be streaming on the Massachusetts one. I'm unlikely to stream on this 10th one as well. So don't get your hopes up if you're looking for a stream on that day. But we got this one in today. Polls are missing rural Trump voters according to 538 podcast. They could be. I mean, everybody's just has their own model, but they could be missing 3, 4, 5, 6% of some part of the electorate. Really tough to say what's going to happen. Collins is not up until 26. That's true. Also left out Kentucky, maybe North Carolina, but again, all depends. Um, okay, you could see Collins maybe going independent, a la Mansion Cinema, maybe with Murkowski. Oh yeah, I could see Murkowski doing that. Because if Murkowski's going to try to win again, she's going to be targeted so badly that going independent might be something that could save her. Kind of like if Manchin actually became an independent like a couple of years ago. He could have had time to maybe survive another one. And I guess Collins could do the same. That would be weird though. What if Larry Hogan won? Then he'd have to do it too, right? It can't be Hogan, the Republican from Maryland, and Murkowski as an independent and Collins as an independent. That'd be funny. Collins is not going independent. She just has to act moderate for optics. Okay, people in the comments. King is the senator. Yeah, that is correct. Angus King is the incumbent senator from Maine, up for re-election this year. Former governor, former pretty much a Democrat now. I think people consider him a Democrat. Caucuses with the Dems, but he is an independent and he is up for re-election this year. And yeah, that one he is expected to win easily. On my best case scenario for the Republicans, I still gave it to King by a safe margin. But he is going to get a challenge from a Democrat and a Republican, but he should still win pretty easily. Yeah, how I think Collins came up just because after this election, what would happen if Trump were able to win? What would Murkowski do, and what would happen in the with Collins, who's up for re-election in 26? I think that's why it got brought up because she's tied to Murkowski as being the more moderate Republicans in the Senate. How was Collins winning in 2020? All the polls saying she wouldn't. That's a mystery. Terrible polling? Late surge for Collins? Not sure. It's hard to trust some of these polls. Okay, Wyoming is coming up here in about 6 minutes. And there's not a whole lot to look at here. Stephen Helling here, taking on Harriet Hageman. And Helling, I believe, is a former Democrat. Unless I completely got that wrong. Don't want to be wrong about that. So make sure that's correct, but that's what I thought. And close to 90% of the vote in here now in Florida. Nothing surprising here. Debbie Mucarsel Powell. She's going to be the nominee for the Democrats. And she did not win every county here. She lost Gadsden and Liberty, and not Leon County. She won Leon County, where the capital is. But other than that, she's winning every county. She's going to take on Rick Scott. Rick Scott running for his second term, the Republican nominee there, winning with 84% of the vote. Miami-Dade, he's at 90%. And we've got Rebecca Winter coming in with the super chat. Good stuff. Didn't know if I'd get any today because there's hardly anybody in here compared to the other last week. So I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. That is very much appreciated. Every small amount helps. So thank you for that. Why do Democrats in Maine even bother nominating someone against King? I think we've discussed that in the past. That could just be a party loyalty type of thing. Because when I have looked at King's record in the past, it does seem pretty much aligned with the Democrats. Now, I think there was a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, it's pretty much down the line. I guess party loyalty is something you might want to go up against King for, to say, you're the actual Democrat. Don't support this guy. And it also, the other reason is because I think they know that they're not going to beat King. However, some Democrats might be looking to raise their own profile, potentially for a future run for office. So that's my best guess as to what's going on there. Collins is liked. Well, when I just did my popularity of all the U.S. senators video a couple weeks ago, Collins was in the lower. She was on the bottom 10. I think might have been in the bottom 5. Now, her popularity wasn't horrible. I think it was close to even, maybe just barely underwater. But relative to the other senators, according to Morning Consult, she was one of the least popular. And that doesn't mean she can't win. Of course, McConnell, he was horribly unpopular last time, and he won re-election. Ballot access, okay. Oh yeah, that is another good thing to mention. Ballot access. Let's see. Rebecca Winter. Okay, yeah, you're heading out. Thanks again for the super chat, and have a great night. Appreciate you stopping by here for a couple of hours. Barrasso is a bad choice for Senate. Wyoming got to choose someone better, but Barrasso was the most popular senator. If you've seen that video on the popularity of the senators, which I think you have, I think you watched those. Barrasso, top of the list. He's like ultra popular. He's the Phil Scott of Wyoming. Are Democrats nominating anyone against Bernie Sanders? I haven't heard that they are. So yeah, it's a good question. Barrasso wants to be majority leader. Yeah, I can see that being something for Barrasso. He's apparently in the running, I guess. Maybe John Cornyn as well. All right, so we're a minute away here from the equality state. That's Wyoming. It's a red state, sparsely populated. How long until they get a second U.S. House district? Okay, let's see. John Cornyn is getting primaried in 26. Uh, I mean, I know there's going to be talk about that. Uh, I'm gonna have to wait and see how serious that is. Hey, Cornyn's getting up there. He's in his 70s now, but I guess he might go for another term. Maybe he goes for a couple more terms. But I want to see how serious of that threat he gets in a primary. If he loses, that could be crazy because I know Democrats might be looking to make a move again, of course, for any seat in Texas if they're thinking it's going to be competitive going blue or getting bluer, I should say. But Cornyn, it's going to be tough to imagine Cornyn going down. He's been in there a while. He's got probably a reasonable reputation for that state. And the results called immediately for Scott Morrow, the Democrat. Let's see what Barrasso pulls in here. Uh, you wonder who would be Bernie Wing woman when he retires, and same for King. Well, I would guess Becca Balint in Vermont would go for the Senate, but I don't think I think a lot of people are going to think there's no replacing Bernie. He's got the following behind him, or at least he used to have a stronger following. Maybe it's died down a little bit. Collins is one of the most unpopular senators. That is what I was mentioning, but she had success. Barrasso is popular, yes, but doesn't mean goof. Good. There it is. Yeah, I mean, well, according to his constituents, that's really all that matters, I suppose. Ken Paxton wants to run against Cornyn. I think I heard that. But Paxton, that's a wild card type of situation. He had that impeachment, and I don't know. It could be a mess there if that happens. But Paxton would be a high profile candidate. Wyoming, yep. It is sparsely populated. Who won Alaska? That is coming up in several hours. So we don't know. That's not until 1 a.m. Eastern. So that's in 4 hours. So I'm not even sure we're going to be here. That's a lot of time with nothing happening. And then, of course, there's mail in ballots. It's a rural state. It could take a while to get results. We might not know for a while. So, in the meantime, we've got Wyoming. Super exciting state. That'd be great if we get some people from Wyoming on the stream. Okay. Um, Paxton case. Susan Collins probably gets primaried out with Democrats winning the seat in 16. Is that 26? That's supposed to be 26? Becca Balint will be first female congresswoman from Vermont. First senator, because she's in the House. Is Cornyn popular in Texas? I think he's popular enough. I don't think he's way up there, but I think he's popular enough. And yeah, of course, Cruz is underneath Cornyn. But if Cruz can hang on in 18 and then 6 years later in 24 here, and he's that unpopular, I don't know how it's going to get a lot better for Democrats unless there is a big shift toward the left after this presidential year. Um, would DeSantis run for Senate? I've thought about that. He's young enough. He's well known enough. He won by a landslide a couple of years ago. He could, but he'd have to replace Rubio or Rick Scott. So that could be in a few years. It's tough to say. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Collins loses primary. Golden wins Senate seat. Yeah, Golden is probably a somebody who could win that. Golden too far right to win a Senate primary. That would be interesting. I want to see if what happens there with Golden. What does he do? I don't think Golden has announced he's running yet. It is a weird state. You think he will run? Collins almost certainly gets a primary challenge. Yeah, I know. I don't know if Collins would actually be able to lose. It depends what she does over the next couple years. Um, Rio Grande Valley. I think Republicans have to get. They can't just rely on the Rio Grande Valley. I think they have to get something back in the suburbs. If the suburbs continue, there's not enough red in those rural counties, especially, you know, also considering the blue counties. All right, so we're almost done here with Florida. Pretty much everything called except just a few here. So we don't really need many of these. We don't need to take a look at these races much. There's just it's a big state, but there just wasn't that many high profile races or that much competition. So Wyoming, we've got the polls closed. Okay. Golden is a blue dog. Yeah, I think he is part of that caucus. Can governor of Virginia win a Senate race in Virginia? Is that about Youngkin taking on Mark Warner in 26? If so, yeah, that's going to be in the conversation. If Youngkin continues his relative popularity, it all depends on the national environment. Now, if it were Harris in the White House and then Youngkin goes against Warner, then that Warner could go down in that. That's a possibility for sure. But if it's Trump in the White House, then I'd say Youngkin have an uphill climb. So it really all depends on the national environment. But of course, Youngkin seems to be by far the best candidate if he were to go for the Senate. That depends, of course, if Warner definitely runs again. But a lot of senators there, they were governor and then they go to the Senate. DeSantis 28/32. You don't like him? Just joking around. Oh, Senate. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, that's probably the time frame. But a lot can happen just in a year, let alone 6 years. Anna Paulina Luna needs to take that Florida Senate seat. All right. That she might have to get through Byron Donalds. Donalds might be looking for that Senate seat as well. Maybe Gates. All right, this is called here in the 27th in Florida. All right, so Wyoming, I hope they deliver the results here pretty quick. And then Alaska, again, that's not for 4 hours. So uh, it's going to be tough to sit here for 4 hours and then hope the results come in. That's a long time. Not sure how long we're going to sit here for, but we're over 2 hours now. Should at least be able to go for another hour. Um, okay, Warner would lose super hard, or Youngkin would lose super hard to Warner. Okay. Donalds is going for governor. Yeah, Donald. Okay, yeah, Donald's for governor. That's right. In the next race there, then 2 years will be open seat. Donalds does seem to have aspirations for higher office. DeSantis is backing Ashley Moody. Oh, is he already backing Moody? Can a Republican win its Senate seat or governor in California? Not in any realistic scenario, no. Oh, for governor though, that is a different story. Senate is no. For governor, not really, but it's certainly a higher possibility. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger won, and yeah, that was a different time, but it wasn't like 50 years ago. And he's a different type of candidate, but there's a chance something could always happen for governor in any state. If it's an open seat, I mean, Gray Davis got recalled, and then Schwarzenegger gets in, and then he wins his own term in '06. Now, it's unlikely that could happen, but we've seen Republicans get elected in blue states. It would just take the right mix of things to happen, but it is unlikely. Senate is pretty much off the table in any foreseeable future, for the foreseeable future, I should say. Let's see. Garvey would be a great candidate in a swing state. California is too blue. Uh, could you close stream and come back when votes come in if wait is that long? I mean, that I don't think I would because it's so late. There wouldn't be that many people in here. There's already not many people in here. Last week there was 230 people. This week it's like a tenth of that because part of it is because I gave no notice. But in 4 hours, I don't think there'd be enough people in here for those results. That's the thing. It's hard to get a stream. It's great doing streams, but if there's only going to be 10 people in here, it's tough. It's tough doing it now. Considering last week, this does kind of feel like there's nobody in here. 16 people. That is very, very low, but I'm still going to call the main stuff here. Uh, so I would not anticipate leaving and coming back given given the amount of people here now, considering it's 4 hours earlier. Garvey Beach Schiff in fundraising, is that right? I don't know how much Schiff is even raising. He doesn't need to do anything. He's going to win that seat. Okay. Uh, Good candidates know how to raise money. Doesn't mean they can get close to winning. Well, I mean, at some point the stream is gonna have to end. It's a lot of it is about demand. If the more people that are in here, or if they're, you know, great, the conversation is great. I like a lot of it. There's always exceptions. Sometimes there's no conversation. Sometimes there's comments that are a little bit out there. But if there were super chats pouring in, or if there were if there were 50 people in here, oh yeah, we could keep this going. It would just flow. But I'm assuming as it gets later, people are going to have to get to bed. They're going to have to go to work. They're going to have to do whatever they're going to do. And there's not that many results to call. Uh, what about the governor's race in Michigan next cycle? That that should be more competitive on paper. I think it all depends again who wins for president. I think if it's Trump in there, it's going to be more likely the Democrats hold it. If it's Harris in there, it's going to be more likely Republicans are going to be able to pick it up. They picked it up in 2010 with Rick Snyder. That was a 20-point win or so for Snyder. That wasn't even close. And Republicans don't have a huge bench in Michigan. Democrats do. They can pull in any one of their statewide officials and go for that governor's mansion. New Mexico fundraising has been good for Republicans, even though they won't win the seat, but it will be help Yvette Herron. Yep, she's trying to come back again. Uh, I agree with you though. Yeah, that seat's not going to flip under reasonable circumstances. The other week, many residents of the past, Katie Porter asked if she would be running for governor. She said she may, but let's beat Trump first. Now is friends with Barbara Lee. Okay, so yeah, Katie Porter, her district could be competitive. It was competitive last time, but she could run for governor. That's going to be a big brawl for everybody, but for the Democrats, the biggest state in a post Newsom era. There's always talk about if Trump wins, if Harris goes back to California, runs for governor. How about that? At that point, I think she'd win. Trump saved Roy Blunt in 16. Yeah, over Jason Kander. That was about a 3 point race or so, right? Why would Trump? Why would with Trump in make a safety seat? I'm not totally understanding that. Democrats saved Blunt. Trump coin. Primal B. Hey, whenever I see the extra icon, the member icon, good stuff. A couple of gifted memberships last week, and I I do like the icons. I think it makes it a little snazzier. It stands out. So good to have you here again. Super spontaneous stream. If you're wondering why there's not 200 people here this time, part of it might be because I got going with no notice, just totally boom. Yeah, there's nobody voting here. It's nothing yet here. Let's see. Kelly AI lost in 16 because she unendorsed Trump and lost by 1,000. Yeah, that I'm sure that kind of thing would be up for debate, but she did barely lose, and now she's coming back for governor. Um, Remember, it looked like Chris Sununu was going to run for governor, or excuse me, for Senate 2 years ago, and then he decided not to. Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. What's more likely to flip Illinois governor or the Senate seat? For well, it depends on which year, but governor is always going to be easier to flip, I would say, in blue or red states. Governor is where you can have a chance if you're the opposing party. And of course, it depends on if it's an incumbent or not. You're talking about Pritzker as an incumbent and Durbin as an incumbent, then it would be a little easier to take out Pritzker. But if it's an open seat, it's still going to be for governor. Newsom outperformed Padilla in California primary in 28. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Padilla. I'm not sure his level of popularity, but he's probably pretty standard stuff, I would guess, for California. But yeah, maybe. That seems like that could be competitive, although Padilla would be the incumbent, but then it's Newsom. If he actually went after him, I could see him winning it. I could see it. But I don't know if it would be any kind of a landslide. Katie Porter also said she didn't realize the money packs would be that bad and her infighting with Lee. She said she will relearn from her mistakes and Lee slash her hate more establishment. There is an anti-establishment appeal. I would think on either side, if you want to just see the establishment go down, some people vote just on that. They don't even care about the other policies. They want to just shake it up. As we're still waiting on Wyoming here. Again, today it's Florida, Wyoming, and Alaska. Alaska, the polls close in more than 3.5 hours. But again, I appreciate everybody that managed to find the stream tonight here and stop by for a little while. Florida's pretty much been called. It's Debbie Mucarsel-Powell for the Dems, and it's Rick Scott for the Republicans. And that showdown is set for November. At the House races there, not much to say. The 8th district is the open seat. Bill Posey is retiring for the Republicans, so it's Mike Herodopoulos. He's going to be the nominee. I think he does have that Trump endorsement. if I'm not mistaken. So we're kind of just waiting on Wyoming. Um, Make of RFK dropping out to endorse Harris or Trump. My 10 years of betrayal of his whole message. Yeah, I covered that earlier, actually, Primal B. I heard some people mention he might endorse Trump and drop out. I haven't heard that. I heard that maybe a month ago, but if there's something new over the past few days, possibly Nicole Shanahan leaking something, I think that would be interesting. And I do understand a lot of his supporters saying that that is a sellout or a betrayal because he's supposed to be the guy going up against the two parties, the establishment, the duopoly. So if he endorses Trump or Harris, that would be unappealing. A lot of those voters are going to stay home. I think Trump would probably stand to gain the most, maybe only half a point, maybe a point from the Kennedy supporters, but it all depends on the details. If if he endorses, if it's Trump and he promises him a cabinet position, but also the third parties also would probably get some of that Kennedy vote, but a lot again are going to just stay home. Okay. Oh yeah, the post about moderation. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I've been really had a lot going on again behind the scenes, so I haven't been able to do some things, but I probably be looking at it, trying to get some type of moderation for the general election. Maybe one or two mods. We'll see. I'm gonna probably be setting something up on that in the future. Why did Sununu drop out? I From the Senate race or from the governor's race? I like Shanahan, but they got really screwed by the lawsuit. Yeah, there are a lot of lawsuits. A lot of that is probably unfair. Biden dropping out, and they missed the debates barely. Do you think Kotek could have been better in Oregon without Betsy Johnson? Uh, yeah. Oh, could have done better, but probably because Betsy Johnson, former Democrat, right? She. It would be interesting to see what would have happened. It's just a two-way race. Drazen would have won Kotek. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant. I did mean Drazen. I thought you meant Kotek done would have done worse. Yeah, without Betsy Johnson, I do think it would have been probably Drazen doing a little bit better. I'm not sure how many of them would have went to Kotek, even though she is the former Democrat. Betsy Johnson is a good example, though, of kind of like RFK. Somebody saying, "Hey, don't vote for either of these two," but by the end, they end up getting low support. Um, Oregon keeps voting for failing candidates. Election polling official, hello. If you're still here, nice to see you in here. Good to see you dropping by. Yeah, your primary issue with RFK is that it helps undermine the future third-party candidates. Yeah, that's true. There's reasons to not want to see Kennedy drop out if you're a supporter of his. There's no question about it. Linda Lingle got crushed when she ran for Senate. Yeah, she got crushed big time. It's antithetical to his rhetoric and declaring independence from the system. That's true. Yeah, Kennedy, that is antithetical. Here we go. Barrasso, that's pretty much his approval rating, about 72%. And that's what he opens up with here. Um, Question for for me, Kamala Harris made a mistake by picking Tim Walz over Josh Shapiro. Uh, I think Shapiro was the easier, better choice to. I Even though it's not really about the vice president, that's the thing. I don't think it matters a ton either way. But I would guess Pennsylvania would have been a little bit bluer with Shapiro on the ballot, maybe only very slightly. But I it seems like Democrats are thrilled with Walz. So from that perspective, they made a great move. But as far as the general election results go, it does seem like Walz to me has more of a record to attack. He has more baggage. And I don't just mean the military thing. I think more so just as his time as governor during 2020 there, COVID, the rioting, the unrest. Now he's going to have successes. He's got some popular economic positions that are helpful, but he's got a lot more there than someone like Shapiro. Now Shapiro maybe had some sexual assault type of thing people have brought up, something in that direction, some kind of accusation. But he still seems like he was a more safer and a better choice for the general election, in my opinion. But hey, it all remains to be seen. You heard that? He was thinking Trump over a month ago, but he was thinking Harris earlier, but switched back to Trump after her team responded unfavorably. Well, geez, it sounds like he would go in any direction then. I don't know how much it would matter. Of course, if he endorsed Trump, that would help him. I think slightly. Again, maybe only half a point. If he endorsed Harris, I guess that would probably help her slightly by half a point. But it seems like the Democrats hate Kennedy more than Republicans do. Now, if Kennedy came back and said, hey, he's endorsing Harris, then I think enough of them would change their tune on Kennedy pretty quickly. Um, was it confirmed Harris? Uh, okay, I'm not sure. RFK called the Harris thing fake news. Okay. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about Kennedy. The past month or two, there was different things where he's going to endorse Trump, he's going to endorse Harris, he's not going to endorse anybody. He's in it to win it. Betsy Johnson got redistricted out. Okay, good to know. Sarah Gomez, you're going to go. Thanks for another great stream. Hey, thanks a lot. As always, appreciate it. And we'll see you next time, whenever that is. Could be a few weeks, could be a month. Who knows? But have a good night. Walls was at negative 17 in Virginia, and other polls had him positive, so who knows? Oh, I have not seen Walls at negative 17. You either vote for Kotek or Johnson. You live in Massachusetts. Um, if RFK joined Team Trump, that would change the whole ball game. Well, I think it would do a little, but again, I thought the Trump assassination attempt would have done a little, and that looks like that might have done nothing, which is surprising. So this whole thing it's really all anything. We're all just pretty much making stuff up. But I do think, yeah, I would think that Kennedy endorsing Trump, being part of his team, that would help Trump slightly. Again, we're talking half a point, 1 point. Maybe somehow it does a little bit more than that. But it's tough to say what's really going on with this polling. Again, Harris went from being unpopular. It's like so unpopular that Biden should not step aside or anything because Harris is more unpopular. Then all of a sudden, after that debate performance, Biden gets knocked out and then Harris surges to some kind of Obama level. That to me is just, it's way too fast, way too much. I know the media treatment is probably a factor, but I don't think that is sustainable because if she was so popular now, I would think she'd be kind of popular as vice president. Trump will get at least 5% of the vote from RFK. 5% of RFK's total, which might only be 5%. Is that what? Okay, that could be. That is very low if that's what we mean. Unless you mean something else. So we got only less than 1% in here in Wyoming. Be nice to get a little bit more than that. Just one county. Um, oh, and here's the at large, the congressional district, by the way. 84%, 85 for the incumbent, Harriet Hageman. Steve Helling here, again, a former Democrat, right? I think I can actually pull this up. Oh, yeah, he was the nominee, or he ran as a Democrat. He got 12%. He ran as a Democrat just 2 years ago. So keep that in mind. We got a little bit more here. So Helling, just a Democrat just 2 years ago, running as a Republican. Interesting stuff. Let's see what we've got here. We've got Democrats jubilant ahead of Harris' speech and Obama. I mean, this is what it's all about, right? I mean, Republicans were absolutely jubilant. We got Bernie speaking, and a lot of, I know there's been dissatisfaction with Bernie. How he's supposed to be the guy shaking it up from the left and going against the establishment, but there's been way too many times he just cozied up. But we see that a lot in politics. Allegiances change in a hurry. You see it on all sides. You see it a ton. And I think that's also why people don't like politics. Schumer dances onto the stage. Oh, wow. Has anybody seen this? I don't know what that's going to do, but hey, is Schumer breaking out the dance moves? Um, Harris supporters tugging on the sign, trying to pull it down. Yeah, I always hated pulling down somebody's sign. It's like, if you're gonna protest, then okay, whatever. But if you're gonna pull down somebody's sign, you, if they're standing next to you, but they just basically have the different view, but you're pulling their sign down. I always hate hearing signs being taken down. You hear that about. I've heard that with some neighbors. Usually, somebody has a Trump sign, and some neighbor has a problem with it or something like that. They take it down. But I always hate hearing that. Just let somebody have a sign up. Who cares if they have a sign up? Okay. Let's see. Steve Kornacki proved this. Shapiro overperformed by 20 points in rural districts because Mastriano was extreme in Hanoi. He did have no money. I want to know what Mastriano would have done if he got a full backing. Then I want to know what he would have done. Because when there's no money, that's going to be a big hit. He probably would have lost still because he was too controversial, but Harriet Hageman rocks. All right, Trump saved her. Wasn't she against Trump like 6, 8 years ago? Something like that. Kind of like Vance, I think. Support populists like Tulsi and Trump. Populism is usually, there's a lot of appeal. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that the establishment doesn't like. Both sides. But yeah, people willing to shake up the system. I understand and appeal with that. Bernie back in 16, Trump in 16. Yeah, that should have been a Bernie and Trump showdown. Two two people pretty much trying to change establishment politics, but it really only happened on one side. All right, we've got 2% in here in Wyoming. And so far, we've only got one county, Platte County. They're in. They're done. They're going home for the night. 65% for Barrasso. I love sign takedown fights. Makes the event much more entertaining. I hate to see other people touch other people's signs. I mean, at least in principle. Yeah, if there's a sign you don't like, I get how you might find it appealing in a sense, but I got to broaden it out. I got to go by principle. I got to say, do I want a sign? Do I want somebody taking down my sign? No. Do I want to see somebody else's sign taken down? Either. No. I got to be consistent about it. I mean, there's going to be different ranges of what you could have on a sign. I get it. But basically, if it's just a pro Harris or an anti Harris sign, I'm not into doing that kind of thing. Hagman was recruited by McCarthy to destroy Liz Cheney, and now McCarthy is out. Oh yeah, I remember Cheney. Dick Cheney cut an ad for Liz a couple of years ago. I did a video on that. His ad did an ad reaction. That's one of the earlier ones I did. It just didn't seem like Dick Cheney, even though yeah, he's Wyoming, right? He's known for being a Wyoming guy pretty much. I don't think he has the personality to get people to come out and support Liz. This isn't 20 years ago. So we've got
and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people.
Now that's Bernie on point. If he's going to talk about corporate monopolists and that kind of greed, that's where anybody would be at their best going in that direction. That's going to be something Democrats have appeal with. How much do these conventions really matter? Probably not that much. I mean, Republicans had theirs, but every year it's a big show for a few days, maybe a week, but then, of course, 2 weeks later, it's like, well, let's get back to the race and what's actually happening. Who cares who gave a speech a few weeks ago? And here we go. We've got Pritzker coming to the stage here. You could insert your jokes. Insert your Chris Christie jokes here, but just change them all to Pritzker. I always thought Pritzker escaped the jokes about his weight. Christie got all of them. Pritzker, I don't get. He's not getting really many. Is it purely the fact that he's on the other side? I don't know. Okay. 16 female student severely traumatized by Trump written on the truck. I do remember that. I'm not sure where it was, or maybe there was more than one incident, but that always did seem totally bizarre. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not that kind of stuff. I think is I guess it's kind of laughable. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say about it, but yeah, that's obviously on the extreme end. But I don't know what became of that, but I do remember something about that. Cheney still believes she's relevant. There are some Democrats in here. or I don't know how actually people self-identify for politically, but I would say that there are. Let's see. Cheney believes she's relevant. I don't doubt that. Be excited to see what swing states the future will be. I wish every state was a swing state, but seeing the change in electoral map is cool in general. Yeah, I'm with you. We're all had these predictions of it's going to be so close, except for maybe a few states barely changing. But there could be a big change we didn't see coming. Last time, the South Texas trends going blue or trending toward the right, getting redder. I don't recall people talking about that before the election. It was only after. It was, wow, look at these shifts in South Texas. So, again, everybody just has their best guess, pollsters, predictors, all the prognosticators. We all just are doing whatever we think. Some people are going to be right, a lot of people are going to be wrong. But for the most part, it's probably going to be somewhere in between. But there's bound to be a surprise or two. There usually is in every election. There's something. Maybe there's a lot of surprises. 16 had a lot of surprises. Let's see. Jamie Pritzker. Okay, yeah. Uh, Pritzker did a decent job in Illinois. Deep dish. Uh, I mean, there's not much to look at. I mean, do people want to see Pritzker? Is it is there irony in Bernie coming out and talking about corporate greed, probably the ultra wealthy, and then Pritzker comes on the stage right after, and Pritzker is ultra wealthy. So is there hypocrisy, irony? What do you call that? Because that is, I don't know. This might be why Democrats may have lost some of the working class vote, because you get some of these super rich people, and it's so easy for them to say anything, but in the end, anybody would change places with them. Okay, let's see. 2% in Wyoming. Just still one county, by the way. Let's see. DNC day one was so bad, even though you're biased, no vision at all, just anti-Trump. Is it really just all anti-Trump again? Maybe there's got to be a little vision. Bernie was talking about corporate greed, right? Um, let's see. Not trying to appeal to the middle when you have Kathy Hochul speaking. Well, I mean, it's the party convention. I'm going to expect everybody to speak there. I guess, you know, it's going to be you're tooting your own horn, really, at those events. It's your own brand. So I would expect Hochul to be there and everybody else, at least at the convention. Now, is Hochul going to come out and do events? Is Hochul going to appear with Sherrod Brown to get out votes in Ohio? No chance. Yeah, JB. Jamie Pritzker was funny though. That was funny. Pritzker is corrupt. A picture of corruption. Illinois. Pritzker is awful. Okay, you should let Pritzker and Hochul speak. They are hated. Not let. Okay. Pritzker's face in the dictionary next to corrupt. Uh, okay. He's extremely wealthy. That is. I know there was. He's won re-election. He's won election, won re-election. I know he's had some scandals about some stuff, removing toilets in one of his houses, something like that. AOC. Okay. Um. Yeah, this is one county. It's kind of, hey, at least it's we're in anticipation though. At least there's something to look forward to here. Conventions should try to appeal to the middle because the base they already have. Yeah, I get it, but they should do that a little. But they're gonna have all the speakers though. It's their party. I would expect them to have everybody in there, or I mean, at least a huge range of people in their party. RNC did better, but Trump rambled on too long. I missed so much of these conventions, but yeah, I did hear Trump went on for like an hour and a half. He did just come off that assassination attempt, though, right before that. I mean, it wasn't like 2 months earlier. That was like days earlier. I could see him being shook up over that, but I don't know if that affects how long his speech went on for. Oh, but he got shot. Yeah, there you go. Strongly agree convention should appeal to the middle. That would be nice, but yeah, I know they're gonna at least bring in people that are you're not gonna like, because again, if if Hochul's in there, she's a Democrat. It's a big state. She's gonna be in there. Newsom's gonna be in there. Pritzker's gonna be in there. Now their messaging should be toward the middle. I agree. I never watched them because it's just cheerleading for the base. Yeah, that's true. That's partly why I didn't watch really almost all of it, but it is. It's all just kind of comes off as two giant corporations promoting themselves. And how appealing is that? Not really. Uh, Conventions get lots of media. That's why you should try to go for independence. The air is pretty thin up in Wyoming. Not a lot of people want that. Pritzker got a decent amount done. Uh, the no cash bail thing, that might be something that was highly debatable. I think people did not want that one, at least some of the particulars. Illinois most gerrymandered state. That I agree with. That's, we can all disagree about what we think is the most gerrymandered, but that is the state I've said is the most gerrymandered. And certainly in terms of the attention it's gotten, it doesn't get the attention of being a complete wipeout. Trump had 40 minutes of prepared convention remarks. He went 1 hour off prompter. Oh, okay. I did not know he went an hour off prompter. Uh, let's see. He's a red state governor. Okay. Let's see. What have we got? We've got. Let's see. This is not updated. Let's refresh. Okay. Pro business argument made. Okay. Harris is not about pecuniary interests like the capital gains rates, about rule of law. Okay, nothing here still in Wyoming. Let's see. Any update here in Florida real quick? It's been a few minutes. 95 plus in here for Rick Scott. He's at 1.5 million votes. Again, I don't care a lot about primary numbers. Some people do. Democrats here, 95% in. They're at 1,073,000. Again, Mucarsel Powell has not won every county. She lost a couple here. And every House race is called now. Every one of these 28. And let's see if we go down here. State Senate, most of them uncontested. And incumbent mayor, Miami-Dade County, that has been called. Okay. So yeah, not a lot of excitement here in Florida. Matt Gaetz has a fairly mild challenge from Aaron Dimmock. All right, so I think we can probably close some of these tabs. Let's see, Red State Governor. What is there's the hearts. Hearts coming in from somebody. Good stuff. What is the correct political party for working Americans? Uh, yeah, the cash bail thing is, I mean, it's clearly controversial. I think, yeah, there's a lot of different angles to that. It's a whole other conversation. Let's see. Okay, Party for Socialism Liberation. Trump endorsed candidate won Miami-Dade sheriff primary. Okay, gotcha. Aaron Dimmock works in Missouri. Yeah, I did hear he is got a lot of Missouri uh, ties to Missouri. So yeah, that probably didn't help him. Supports DEI in a Republican primary. Yeah, that's not gonna win him any favors there. All right, so we've got New Mexico governor. Okay, Wyoming though. They're keeping us in suspense. Let's see.
Harris, whose mom passed away after a battle with colon cancer. And it's personal to me. At 2 years old, my sister was diagnosed.
On Democrats making a push for healthcare is they had control for 2 years. And they did not really. That's the thing. If you had control for 2 years, it's like Republicans. They had control. They didn't repeal that. They were talking that up for so long. The Affordable Care Act. Then Democrats, they had control for 2 years. They didn't expand anything. The negotiating drug prices, that's negligible. They were supposed to expand some healthcare for seniors, vision, dental, and really do more. That's what they're known for. And then they were in there and they didn't really get anything done. I thought that was something that they should have done. You got to head out. Prime will be. All right. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Have a good night yourself. And we got a little bit more results coming in here. Michelle Lujan Grisham, yeah, New Mexico governor. Yeah, I did. I do remember she had that scandal. I guess it didn't go anywhere if she's still in there and got reelected. But I do remember she had some kind of a scandal there for New Mexico governor. It still beat Mark Ronchetti or Ronchetti, however you want to say it, by 5 points. Yep.
Harris.
She hasn't moved her left hand, is that? I'm not sure why that is.
I love you
Okay,
too.
we've got the
Y en español,
the
los quiero.
view Anna Navarro, who there's a point where I don't understand if she's a Republican. Again, I don't think any Republicans think she's actually a Republican. I mean, of course, you could be registered as one, but if she thought Mitt Romney is her guy over Obama, and she thought McCain over Obama, Bush over Kerry, like that's. So she didn't like those Democrats, but then Hillary and Biden and Harris, it seems like she likes those are, as a Republican, you like them more than Obama and Kerry and Gore. I cannot relate to at all. I don't understand that at all, but okay, we've got Barrasso. It's called for him with 5% in. He's at about 69. Insert your jokes here. But that battle is set now between him and Scott Morrill. She settled for money. Oh, yeah. Okay, now you're bringing it back to me. Yeah, okay, yeah. That scandal. Talking about the scandal from Michelle Lujan Grisham. Tate Reeves should have lost, but Mississippi is too red. Yet Presley was a bit far left, or too far left. I thought because Presley was considered so conservative and moderate that that was his strength. At least that's what I remember hearing during that campaign about a year ago. Okay. And Harriet Hageman is the winner here with 80%. So Hageman runs about 10 points ahead of Barrasso. But let's see here again. Oh man, only 11 people. If I never did the stream, I wouldn't know how many people would have showed up. It's not 200. It's not 100. We're down to 11. So it's again, it's an intimate affair here. Not packed. So it's a little disappointing, but again, able to read all the comments this time. Last time there was way too many to read all of them. Or I'm reading almost all of them at least. Some of these are interpersonal. But 5% in here in Wyoming. So yeah, not a whole lot going on here. But a couple people, at least some people, are into the chat here. That's good stuff. I don't have a whole lot more to call here. Again, Alaska is not for another 3 hours. And then even after that, we might be sitting here waiting for the results still. They could take another 3 hours. Let's see here. What are the updates? Okay. I mean, look at the Republican convention a few weeks ago or a month ago. That that was a big deal for a little bit, right? And now it's all forgotten about. These things are, they make the news and then they fizzle out. Yeah, two richest people on the stage. Don't worry too much about perceived class warfare. This just seems like the opposite messaging. Bernie comes out and talks about corporate greed, and then you're not going to have the ultra rich people come out there and say, "Yeah, no, we're going to cut into our wealth." They always got to cozy up to the business people, and you know their best bet is to separate out small and medium businesses from the ultra, the top corporations and those class of people. But it just doesn't seem like there is a distinction from this paragraph. Michelle Lewin Grisham, she was worried that her state could turn purple. Wow. Again, what if Biden debated 2 months later? What would have happened? And the thing is, if Biden was that bad, which it seemed like he was, even if you like him or you're trying to be objective or fair, it just seemed like he had issues. And it just seemed like it was always rejected and deflected, that he's fine, he's sharp, you can't keep up with this guy. And it just seemed like a lot of gaslighting is what people say. So how could that just be after the debate is when it gets exposed? What about before the debate? Where was the concern and the discussion and the acknowledgement? Let's see. Why politicians say to not worry about class warfare? Vote PSL. Okay. How long am I going to keep this going? I really have no idea. Normally I have an idea. Because if they're not spread out by like 8 hours, the polling results, it's hard to say. I mean, again, 12 people here. This is a fraction of where it was a week ago. This is literally 5%. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm at least going to go for another 10 minutes. I mean, that's not really much confidence, but it could be another hour. It just depends, the mood, if it fizzles out even more, how much there is to talk about, how much people have to say. We had the one super chat, if there was more, if there was 30 people showing up, things can change. New Mexico will be very much not close. Uh, a lot of people like to, I think they project, confidence that their side is going to win. That's just what happens. Um, but how many people thought Trump was actually going to win in 16? I mean, his own campaign would say, yeah, he had the internal polling, but I mean, I don't know if I can believe that, but I didn't see him winning at all. 20 was so unique. And then, 22, it looked like Republicans were going to do more damage than they did. They did not. But in the generic congressional ballot, actually, it looks like they overperformed. At least on Real Clear Politics, they slightly overperformed in the generic congressional ballot for the House. But they underperformed on expectations. They were probably going to get another couple governor's seats out of that, maybe another seat in the Senate, Pennsylvania maybe, although that was a totally wild race between Oz and Fetterman. Biden was down. Yeah, money is not everything. That's true. It it's a factor at times for sure, but it's not everything. I agree with that. Biden was down in Dem internals in New Mexico. Okay. Yeah, Biden cratered to the point where, yeah, it was looking like New Mexico, Minnesota, Virginia, New Hampshire. They could go red. So what else are you gonna do? There was no turning that around. But Harris behind Biden, she looked as weak or similar. So that's why, just because Biden taps out, I can't buy that Harris is all of a sudden sustaining massive popularity when she wasn't before. I mean, if Trump shot up in popularity, uh, like 10 points, I would say that is not sustainable. There's no chance. Now, if he went up a couple of points after the assassination attempt, I'd say, yeah, that could happen. Maybe it doesn't last, though. But Harris going from low to high, you know, it doesn't seem reasonable that that would sustain. But, everybody's got their opinion. Democrats are going to say, of course it's going to sustain. She's excellent. So you're never really going to get anywhere hearing each side talk about what they expect. Even Trump didn't believe he would win. I heard he says that he had his internal polling said they were going to win, but again, yeah, I don't really buy that myself, but whatever. Hispanics trending red. That's why Harold wins New Mexico too. That's Democrats did gerrymander that map. Uh, well, I mean, it's just that I don't buy the sustainability part. And just like when Trump had these big leads in the polls after Biden dropping out, I didn't buy that either. I don't really buy a lot of stuff unless it sustains and I think that it correlates with some of my expectations. I mean, yeah, you could just say the polls are off too. You could just say that there's a missampling of the electorate. Let's see. Leader of the most influential Harris super PAC say their internals are a lot worse for Harris than the public polling. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just about what's going to happen. They've been doing it for months, but the map has been scrambled as of late. But a lot of people are making hard predictions, and half the other people are going to be right, and they're going to say um, they had it all along. Of course, they were confident. Oh, did the stream cut out? I did not. I did not notice anything. I did not get any indication of that on my end. Sorry about that. Again, you know, internet providers are going to do their thing. Usually it doesn't happen, but today we've had a couple of issues. So I'm not sure where it cut out at, but it sounds like a minute ago, maybe it cut out. All I would say was, yeah, I mean, the expectations. There's enough data there for each side to point to. There's enough to cherry pick. And there's enough time things have just been wrong in either direction to where everybody can focus on whatever they want to focus on to make themselves feel good. And at the same time, people aren't necessarily wrong to do that. Now, if they say nothing can ever change and their side is just going to. Hold on, let me see here. Is the internet? I'm not sure what to say. It says my connection is excellent. You know, if it's cutting out, yeah, you know, that's rough. Apologies. It doesn't normally happen. It says my connection is excellent. So I can't do a whole lot if it's just some very sporadic thing, except hope it doesn't go out. I suppose the only good news is we don't have 200 people in here. But most of the time the streams don't cut out. We've only had it on a couple streams. And somehow after that, we get more people in here, which is hmm. Yeah, I think I saw it cut out just for a second. I'm not sure why that is. It went from excellent to no data for just about one second I saw. Yeah, so anyway, again, apologies on that. The only good news is we don't have 200 people in here again. But you know, I suppose on it. Okay. I think we might be back up here. So I did a little refresh to see if that took care of it. Again, apologies on that. You know, ISPs, they seem to fail when you need them most sometimes. So sorry that happened. It doesn't happen often, but again, good thing we don't have 200 people in here. But I think we're back. Again, I'm not sure how long we're even going to stay on here, but hopefully we should be back up and running. I also took that opportunity to use the bathroom. That's, you know, efficiency. And I see the hearts coming in. I think it's all good. But, you know, who knows how long it's going to last. Maybe my internet provider's having some issues, but that's what they do. Nevada is a one state that underestimates Republicans historically. Yeah, usually Nevada has a reputation of underestimating Democrats. That's the reputation. Um, let's see. Where are we here? Who's getting the Cuban vote? That that could go toward the GOP. I could see that happening. Let's see. Where were we here? What have we got going on here? Okay, we've got the other Tammy, not Tammy Baldwin. This is Tammy Duckworth. But yeah, again, apologies on the stream. Hasn't been a great one because of reasons, but you know, we've been going here for about 3.5 hours. Uh, And do we have any update here? No. Okay, Wyoming's still at 18%. So this small state is taking a lot longer to count their votes. And it seems like when the stream goes down, we still have the same amount of people in here. Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot of, there's some common names. There's only one Angus. You know, when are we going to get two Anguses in the Senate? Yeah, John is popular. Mike is popular. There's some popular names in the Senate and for governor as well. Angus steak, King's beef. Am I the only one that thinks Angus King kind of looks a little like John Hoven from North Dakota? They both kind of got that look, the mustache kind of thing going. I see some similarity in, but you know, maybe I'm way off. Okay. Yeah, that is one other big thing people do at these conventions. They gotta get people from the other side to speak at their convention. That's like the ultimate thing. Just pure salvation. Just drooling all over that. But somebody from the other side supporting your side. Doesn't get any better than that. Yeah, King would be. I think I got that. King and Hoven twinning. Yeah. Have you thought about that before? Did you make that connection? Those two. Just want to make sure it's not, not way off on that. Those are two guys, different sides of the aisle. Kinzinger did not bash Trump at the DNC. Was he there? I'm assuming he was there. I didn't hear if he was there. Okay, that's a yep on the Hoven and King. Those two, yes, separated at birth. All right, so 18% of the vote in here for John Barrasso. He's got about 2/3 of the vote. And Harriet Hageman is in the 80s. So Hageman running way ahead of Barrasso.
Thank you, Cole. I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. So we're kind of just hanging out here. See what happens. I know we're not going to sit on this. This is supposed to be for the primary stream. This is the DNC action. This is Harris's husband, I believe. Let's see. Warren and Baldwin look alike. Yeah, I can see it. I can see that. It is kind of nice to see. I find some appearance similarities between some of these people. It's something, it's pointless, but it's kind of fun to do when you're trying to take a lighter approach to politics. You visited Wyoming last month and saw so many read signs. Well, I guess that translates into 27%. I guess that a lot. I've heard people say in different states they see a lot of this sign or a lot of that sign or more of this sign this time, and I've heard that over the years, and sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. Tulsi should have spoken to the RNC. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, again, Republicans, a lot of like there. Some aren't going to like her, but a lot of them are going to like her because she used to be a Democrat. There's such an allure with somebody that came from the other side. It's just undeniable. But Tulsi seems to, I don't know, she's been on a journey, I guess you could say, about, Cheney, Adam Kinzinger. But those people seem like, still like, they're basically Republicans who just don't like Trump. And I don't see why Democrats would like them aside from the Trump aspect. That's not enough. If you're a Democrat, you'd say you despise Liz Cheney. You hate 99% about her. Or, maybe 90%. The Trump thing, that should just be a drop in the bucket when her policies are not at all what you would stand for if you're just going by stereotypical Democratic positions. Let's see. Barrasso is moderate compared to other Republicans. He's low key though. See, low key sometimes there's value in that. Ted Cruz is not low key, and that doesn't work in his favor there. Barrasso, I bet most people never heard of this guy. I'm not even sure I've ever heard of him at this point. It's like he's very low key from a low key state. I don't know why they're taking so long to count these votes here. I mean, there's only what, like 50 or 60 votes to count in this state, right? Why are they taking hours? Let's see. Let's see. I would guess Cheney's hated because she still reeks of the establishment and the Bush years, and the party has moved past that. They don't want that establishment anymore. Those years of Bush and neoconservatism and globalism, they think that's no good. They want to go in a different direction, and a lot of people are just unsatisfied with how their lives have shaped up the last couple of decades. And if Cheney is, yeah, she's known for being anti-Trump, but also if she's just also known for embodying the establishment policies of people like Bush, there's going to be a limited appeal there as well. Not on everything, but I think that's generally how I look at it. Trump up 5 on Polymarket. Okay, that's extremely close. I mean, that's Trump supports Israel because of donors. Yeah, donors are a big issue. Trump called 6-week bans extreme, and Liz Cheney wants to ban abortion. Bad things. You never liked Cheney. Trump coalition is more socially moderate. They dropped the gay marriage thing and abortion from the platform. Yeah, there's a little bit of moderation, I think, in that direction. He's not like a Pence social evangelical conservative. because I don't think Pence would have had appeal in the Rust Belt. Pence and that kind of ideology and that style and brand, I don't think that's going to win him Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. Same with Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz just felt like kind of fake. I mean, he had the TV personality, even against Fetterman after that stroke. But Oz, I thought from the get go, I thought Oz, they were going to go with Sean Parnell, but then Parnell had to bail. So then it became Oz against McCormick, and Oz barely pulled it out. And I thought Oz could have won. I think I had him winning it narrowly because the Fetterman debate and the stroke just seemed like that would be a concern for enough voters. Even though I thought Oz was, he was weak. Okay. Let's see, what have we got here? I guess it's a good thing they're counting slow here in Wyoming because not a whole lot else to take a look at. Florida, that state is done. Because again, if you're looking for raw primary numbers, Republicans pulling in well over 400,000 more votes than the Democrats. But it is going to be Debbie Mucarsel-Powell against Rick Scott in November, and Scott is going to be the favorite. Could he lose? Only in a blue wave, I would think. Then that becomes in the conversation. But as of now, I would say Scott is not going to lose. But again, it's still time. There's a lot of time left. Today is Alaska, Florida, Wyoming. The next primary is Massachusetts on September 3rd. And then we finish it up here on the 10th with Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. So we've got some Northeast action. And then that's it. As for the next stream, I don't know when that's going to be. I don't anticipate doing one on the 3rd at all, and I don't anticipate doing one on the 10th. I don't think it's going to work for me, but maybe if there's a debate, we'll try to get some more in before the general election. But for the otherwise, we've done a pretty good amount of streams, probably covered half of the primaries over this year. Okay. Will any Wyoming counties vote for Rastner or Holtz? Probably not. I would think Brasso would, the blue county, Laramie. And there's a couple of blue ones. I think it might be this county here. I don't see Brasso losing any counties after that. Okay. In 10 years, where do you see North Carolina, Wisconsin? Oh, good to see somebody else in here. I assume you're still in the chat. Superior Carolina. North Carolina and Wisconsin in 10 years. You know, as always, I like to preface it by saying, you know, we're all kind of just guessing here to a large extent. But North Carolina, that it could tilt toward the left, gain some population and the suburbs, and it's very polarized. There's a lot of blue vote there, and there's a lot of red vote. It depends on what some of those, again, some of the trends are in the rural counties with a large black population. What are they gonna do? And then the suburbs, are they gonna go further toward the left, or, inflation and all that stuff, is that gonna bring them back to the right by a couple of points? And then with the net migration in, I could see it going a little bit toward the left. In Wisconsin, I could kind of see the opposite. I could see it going a little bit toward the right. Because I think there's more vote to squeeze out of Wisconsin for Trump. And now, of course, in 10 years, it's going to be way after Trump. But at least this year, I could see that happening. Now, then, in a post-Trump world, do those red counties, do they just go back and revert? Because if they do, then Republicans are going to have a real tough time doing some winning in that state. But the suburbs, too. It's tough. I keep it wide open. I don't make a lot of hard predictions when you go into the future much. It's hard to even go 2 months into the future, let alone 10 years. But I could see North Carolina going a little bit left. I could see Wisconsin going a little bit right. That's if I had to make a quick, superficial prediction at this point. But that's going to be subject to updating. Yeah, Teton, that is the blue county, I believe. I think you're right. Let's see. Here in Finland, 20% corporate taxes. We just raised the VAT. North Carolina will lean blue and Wisconsin lean. That's kind of what I was just saying. So we might be in agreement there, close to it. Oz failed on abortion and he ran trash ads. I think he also got labeled a carpetbagger. He had the New Jersey connections. Okay, Trump was tied earlier. Oz ran a goofy ad. I've reviewed ads on this channel, and Oz was the first ad I ever did in the Republican primary. Dr. Oz, he was doing some skeet shooting, and I covered that ad. It didn't seem authentic at all. So I'll give it to Oz. He's the first ad I ever reviewed on this channel. I should talk about the Northeast more. Well, I don't know what to say about it if it's not on the radar for today. And there's nothing really competitive happening in Massachusetts. I guess that might be your state, but it's going to be Warren there. I don't even really know what's going on the Republican side too much because I don't think there's going to be any competition in the general. And there's not going to be a lot of action in the House that I can see. Democrats should hold all those seats. There's no governor's election this year. So that's all for that state. And then the other states, again, of course, there's an open seat in Delaware. That could be interesting to see that primary there for the Democrats. And New Hampshire is going to have a good race there for governor in the general election. Okay. Republican candidate in 22 went far right, and they could have been Joe Lombardo and won easily. Okay. Why do Democrats run in places like Wyoming? Well, I mean, I guess it's because generally, you want to have some opposition. You don't want to totally concede. I get it in some blue cities and such. It's just all Democrats. A lot of times it's nonpartisan, and they're all just technically Democrats. But as far as statewide, I think every party should probably put up opposition just to gauge support and give the other people who do want a voice, even though it's Wyoming, there's still going to be Democrats there, thousands and thousands of them. And they should have some kind of opposition to whoever is currently in office. But I mean, I get it. Yeah, in the general election, they're not going to have a chance, but you never know over years, what could happen, sometimes over multiple cycles, there could be a candidate that is able to adapt on the other side and have an appeal, and maybe the national environment shifts. And, there's always a possible for an oddity to happen. I don't think it's going to go blue anytime, but again, weird things could happen, scandals could develop, cultures can shift, national environments can shift, but putting up some kind of opposition, I think, is probably a good thing, at least for politics in general. But yeah, a lot of times they're just a sacrificial lamb in these extremely blue or red states. But just to show that there's some opposition is probably a good thing, I would say. Okay. Lombardo didn't win easy. Nevada. He took down Sisolak, incumbent Democrat. That was tough. I think I had Sisolak winning and Catherine Cortez Masto losing. I think that was my final prediction. I had it backwards. YouTuber made the argument that not having candidates run races while they may not win helps spread the word, gives voters knowledge of election races. All right, I hope I answered that well enough. Do you think RFK will drop out? I have not heard anything except from what's going on in the channel. Some people have said that he might drop out. So I'm going to have to look that up at some point, hopefully in the near future. But I didn't think so. But now if people are saying he might, his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, leaked something, then it could happen. Plus, he's had such an uphill climb with ballot access and lawsuits. And there's been some smears. Some of it is his own doing. But of course, a lot of it is just smears. That's what happens. If you're going to be any kind of a threat, you're going to get smeared on any side. Massachusetts is a proud state. Okay. Were you a fan of Charlie Baker? Because I know you're into candidates on the left side, but Baker was so popular. And how much difference is there between Baker and Healy at this point? I mean, is it just is it mostly economics? Is that it? Okay. Yeah, Massachusetts ain't competitive, it's not competitive, just like Wyoming. Those are two states, yeah, on the opposite ends. Okay, here's more speech.
Thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation.
All right, yada yada yada. Let's see, where were we? Has Wyoming ever been blue on a presidential level? Okay, we've got the answer right there. 64. Yeah, I know it was a long. Yeah, it's a yes. Every state has voted for both sides at some point. Actually, now I got to double check that. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe there's like 10 states that have never voted in the other opposite direction. Let's see. Okay. Okay, the AOC discussion. Baker vetoed. Okay, any interesting results? There's a good question. Not really. Honestly, I've covered them all. There's not a whole ton, but The margins might be the only thing up for debate because it's going to be Debbie McCarcel-Powell and Rick Scott in the House. The first district, Matt Gaetz won easily, 73%. And then in the 8th district, this open seat, Mike Herodopoulos, also similar margin, over 70%. After that, there's not really anything too interesting here. There's some close races, but most of those are going to be uncompetitive in the general election. There's some other stuff here down ballot in Florida. And then you might want to also consider the state Senate and House. And in Wyoming, we've got Barrasso, we've got Harriet Hageman. That's it. Alaska is still not for a couple of hours. The DNC is happening, but we're only glancing at that here and there. So not too much interesting, I will say that. You're watching the stream from a train. Sounds good. Just tuned in. I just answered that. Anything interesting? I did not really. I wish I had some great, interesting storylines to tell you about, but you're on a train. Good stuff. Hopefully that's all working out for you. Maybe it's only a 10-minute train ride. Maybe you're on a long haul for hours. But hopefully that's smooth sailing. Nice to see you tuning into the stream here. Yeah, a lot of discussion about AOC's ideology. And of course, yeah, here she's considered on the left. In Europe, she'd be considered centrist. There's always that kind of debate. I don't know how much the specific labels matter. I hardly almost hear anybody being called far left in Europe. Usually, I hear far right used all the time. I think way, way too much. It just seems like anybody's considered far right if they are at all in that direction. And in Europe, I think that gets overused. It's pejoratively so too. But yeah, I get it. There's debates about the ideologies on a global stage, but for here, yeah, AOC, she used to be this anti-establishment, progressive firebrand, but she just seems like she's cozied up. I've heard a lot of progressives say they don't really like her. She's just pretty much pure establishment, or very close to it. Okay. Minnesota voted blue in 84 when everyone voted. I know, that's fascinating. Is Scarlet the Vampire, though? Thanks for stopping by. Maybe you were here earlier? No, if you're not, good to see you in here again on this late stream. But yeah, Minnesota, crazy stuff, right? They got a long streak going. When would RFK drop out? I skipped that one. I have no idea. I'm going to have to look into that later. I would imagine it can't be that far into the future if he's going to drop out and have any kind of any sway on this race. You can't drop out right, in late October. I don't think that's going to be way too late. People will already be voting. It's after debates. It's not going to matter. Okay. The conventions are unbearable to watch. I understand that completely. I have watched almost very, very little of either of them. It's just, I've said it earlier, it's like two giant corporations cheerleading for their own side. It's understandable to not want to be a part of that. Um, yeah, there's always a lot of talk about different countries and different policies and different demographics and ideologies. And, that's all, it happens a lot. It does That kind of thing burns me out usually. I tend to not get way into that stuff. You heard Reagan believed he would have won Minnesota if there was a recount. I haven't heard that. I mean, that'd be interesting to know. Um, Minnesota would have flipped in 16 without the Access Hollywood tape. Yeah, I mean, you could say that kind of stuff, or that without the James Comey situation, maybe then it would have went back toward Hillary. You know, you could do that on and on. The Access Hollywood thing, though, it was a huge deal at the time. It wasn't right at the end, but it was far enough into the campaign where it seemed like that was it. People thought Trump was done X number of times after the McCain comment about how he got captured and all the different comments he made during the debates, Rosie O'Donnell, all that stuff. And then the Access Hollywood thing, people were like, no, 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 no. This time he's actually done. The other times we said he was done, but we were kind of joking around. This time he's actually done. We got the Access Hollywood tape. You're not coming back from that. And he came back from that. He had to address that in that second debate. And somehow he was able to get it done. It's remarkable in a sense. But that did not give Clinton the win. But I remember at the time thinking, yeah, this is bad, right? And he's going to take a hit. Reagan lost by like 3,700 votes. I'm not sure the exact thing, but yeah, I think it was pretty close. You miss when Montana had Burton Wheeler and James Murray as senators. That I'm going to say that's a first for those names being mentioned anywhere in the stream, on the channel. But that's it's going back far enough to where I'll have to let other people discuss those particular politicians. The RNC was great with the Trump biography video. I haven't even seen that, so it's probably this kind of thing where Democrats will hate it, Republicans will love it. That's really all we're at these days. And Wyoming still at 36% of the vote in. Okay, we've still got Michelle Obama speaking. Let's see. Wallman skating rink. I'm not sure what that is. Can't imagine being at a convention only listening to a bunch of politicians talking for 6 hours. Yeah, I agree. If you're a part of that club, it's going to be great, right? But if you're not in that club, which is almost, everybody, at least at the convention, then yeah, it's unappealing. It's boring. You already know what they're going to say. You predict it well in advance. At least most of it. Yeah, Trump does seem to survive, and it is uncanny, really, how he seems to survive almost anything. That Trump conviction 2 or 3 months ago, that almost seems like that. I don't know how much of a factor that even is at this point. That was a big deal again for a week or two. And then something else happened. And then that was a big deal. But even the fact that he was indicted, that was a big deal. Like last year. Everything is a big deal until it's not. Yeah, people thought Trump was done after the tape. It was hard not to. Nobody's going to think that they're going to do better after that. Any thought on recent polls showing both Florida and Virginia closer than expected on a presidential level? I think both are still in the likely range of their respective side. I agree with you. I think that's it. Um, the Virginia thing, yeah, I don't know what that one's closer than I would think it would be. And Florida, yeah, I've seen some a little closer, but also seen them easily high single digits. I don't expect them to get under 5, but we'll have to reevaluate that once we get into October. And we've got Laramie County in. I just realized that 68% here for Barrasso. It's about on par with what he's getting in the state. They wanted to drop Trump. Yeah, there was so much trying to get rid of Trump. Mitt Romney came out, gave that huge speech about how Trump, you can't do it, can't vote for this guy. It was on and on. It is truly remarkable. Even if you despise Trump, the perseverance and the amount he's overcome, given all that stuff, even if you think it's all his own doing, to come back from that is unreal. I mean, everybody wanted to take this guy down. Bullock lost by 10. Yeah, he did lose by 10. It seemed like he could have won. That was some polling that was at it competitive. I remember Steve Daines putting out ads saying he's in trouble, and then Bullock went on to lose by 10. Yeah, he's been through all of it. Again, if you hate him, you're not going to care, but he hasn't had the wind at his back, well, to put it mildly. But yeah, not the popular vote. Trump was on the Epstein list and bought his plane recently. Okay. Yeah, the Epstein stuff is always, that's a contentious topic. Oh, Trump saved the skating rink. Ed Koch did a press conference. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Surprising. Why did everyone expect it to be perhaps a 5% margin? The 10% was larger. Yeah, that might bode well for Tim Sheehy over John Tester. I had given Tester the benefit of the doubt for a while. I haven't even mentioned Tester the entire stream, but it does seem like maybe it's starting to. I finally flipped it toward Sheehy. I think not 2 months ago, but it seems like I'm not counting out Tester. There's no way I'm counting him out after his 3 wins. But yeah, now unless this turns into a blue wave, Tester could be going down. And maybe it's by 10 points in the end. I don't know. But Florida has very inaccurate polls. They did underestimate Trump in the past, and the 22 election was so massive for the Republicans there. A lot of people willing to vote against their own interests. Okay. Virginia poll was accurate in 2020. Anything happens to him will now just help him. Sentencing in September. Wonder what that will do. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think the sentencing is a good thing to point out, but unless there's like another Access Hollywood tape, I mean, Trump has already had everything thrown against him. Everybody knows everything. There's so much baggage there. With Harris, there's going to just be more stuff coming out. It's not the same situation. Okay, more details about the different stats for Trump. Tester is going to a Pearl Jam concert instead of DNC. That's interesting. Even though Tester, he's running in the race of his life here, is that going to hurt him so much to go to the DNC? I don't know how much that would really hurt him. Same with Brown. Same with Jackie Rosen in Nevada. I mean, maybe I'm underestimating it, and people in Ohio are going to hate that Sherrod Brown showed up to the DNC. He could at least show up. He doesn't have to give a speech. Let's see. Donald Trump's presidency saw a big decline in poverty rates. Okay. Okay. Israel, Palestine. Yeah, a lot of back and forth here in the chat. That's good. Talk amongst yourselves. It's all good stuff, pretty much. And hey, the viewers have actually increased a little bit here. So if you're just lurking in the background, welcome aboard this spontaneous late night stream here for primary night on August 20th in Florida, Wyoming, and Alaska. It's also the DNC happening. The stream went down a couple of times, but we're back at it for a little while. I don't know how long we're going to go. We've been going for 4 hours right now. And hopefully everybody likes, shares, and subscribes, join, donate, whatever you want to do to support the channel, but just watching the stream is good enough, although there's not that much here to take a look at. Now we go from Michelle to Barack.
Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama.
Yep. Obama, Barack throwing in the debatable zingers.
I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible.
Okay. He's referencing, obviously, his own line from back in the day, his own name. All right. Polls close in Alaska at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is about 2 hours from now. Or 1 a.m. Did I say p.m.? Let's redact that. Let's go 1 a.m. if I said 1 p.m. But again, I don't know how quickly the results are going to come in. They could close. Then there's still nothing for 2 hours. Tester and Brown running ads against their own party. Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to work. I remember in 2014 that happened in several states. I mean, Mark Pryor in Arkansas was running against his own party. Natalie Tennant in West Virginia was running against Obama. There was that ad where she shut the power down to the White House, and she didn't come close to winning. Same with Pryor. Susan Collins was the most recent exception. Okay. What with a skinny kid with a funny name? Yep. If Tester wins, depends on how many Republicans Tester convinces. Yeah, he's going to get a few. That's for sure. Tester also launched Republicans for Tester. All right, so again, Wyoming, they're over 50% of the vote that's in. Florida is completely in. If you're just tuning in, again, it's Debbie Mucarsel-Powell with under 70% of the vote. 1,085,000 votes. Rick Scott at 84%. He's at over 1.5 million. In Miami-Dade, Scott clearing 90%. You got 100,000 votes there. And Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, 74,000 votes with 2/3. So in Miami-Dade, Democrats with over 100,000, probably about 106, 7,000 or so. The Republicans just a little bit more than that. Because there's been discussion, people have asked, can Miami-Dade, can it go red in 24 for president? I tend to think it would not, but I didn't think DeSantis would flip that, and Broward as well. I have to double check that actually. Maybe he only won Miami-Dade and lost Broward and Palm Beach, or maybe it was just Palm Beach, but either way, he got Miami-Dade. I would think he would not have won Broward, just off the top of my head, but anyway, let's see. You'd prefer more left-leaning government, however, it's not my choice. You don't live there. Problem for Brown. Testers, their voting records, things like impeachment. Another thing people use against Tester is how long he has served. That's true. He's getting up there a little bit in age. I guess he's not that old at all, considering it's for the Senate. But his years in office, that could be used against him. That's going to be used against anybody, though. But at the same time, they can trust him. Tester, he's Montana through and through. I think I was a little surprised Tester even ran. I thought he just might decide to hang it up. But he's going for one more term at least. Okay, we've got Miami-Dade that could flip. That's what got a prediction there. Yeah, I mean, after 22, it's all possible. But of course, it's going to be different turnout. But yeah, Harris's popularity, it's going to be in the conversation. It could easily flip. It's just it wasn't really on the radar, 5 years ago about this county flipping. Okay. What do you think former swing states like Ohio and Florida will be swing states again? I don't think anybody really has the answer to that. It it's kind of a year by year, or more so, every 4 years type of reevaluation. I think only time will tell. Any prediction I have is just going to be just me making it up. All depends on the candidates and cultural, demographic shifts, current issues, everything. Florida has 1 million more Republican voters. Yeah, I covered that last week. How much did my Miami-Dade vote for Biden last time? Yeah, somebody could maybe pull that up because, okay, Miami-Dade went from D plus 30 to D plus 7. That is a gigantic shift. That is stunning. if that's what it is. I mean, even if it's close to that, that is stunning. I think 10, 15 years ago, Democrats were thinking Florida is probably going to be in the bag because of demographic shifts, kind of like Texas. But you never know what's going to happen. The Trump brand kind of changed things in places. Some in his favor, some against him. Rosendale retired apparently due to harassment. Does that mean he got harassed to retire, or that means he had an allegation and that made him retire? Because I haven't heard any scandals about Rosendale, but I thought he probably should not run if Republicans want to win that seat, because he already ran last time and lost. I don't think it's a good idea to go back-to-back elections. Now, of course, 18, that was a blue wave. But Rosendale, I don't see him being the guy to get it done. But, I've been wrong. We've all been wrong about plenty of elections, I'm sure. Swinger, you're gonna go to bed. You're heading out. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Have a good night. If Tester was Montana, he would not vote with Biden 90% of the time. What was the skinny kid about? That was Obama made that line in the past. Skinny kid with a funny name, or yeah, that's. I'm having trouble actually picturing the year of that, but somebody could pull that up. That's just in reference to Obama back in the day. Maybe he made that speech at the convention himself, probably 2004. I think he did make a speech. I'm not sure when that line was said, though. We'll have to confirm that. Tester can't win this year. There are Democrat constituencies in Montana. That's true. That Tester could win if this was a midterm. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what happens. Tester with the presidential and the Trump turnout. Rosendale was a horrible candidate and barely lost to Tester. Yeah, that national environment carried Tester over the top, I would assume. Bernie Sanders, there we go. You didn't know we were live. Well, hey, now the stream is complete. I'm assuming you're on another stream, but yeah, we've been streaming for over 4 hours. It went down a couple of times, had a little tech difficulty for a couple minutes. But yeah, this was a last minute stream. Totally last minute. Went up 1 minute before. Didn't even get to advertise it really. I think I put out a tweet, but I didn't really get to check on much. Just figured I'll see who shows up, because it's a good day for a stream, right? Even though I've had a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, we're going to do a stream here. So, oh, you're watching day 2 of the DNC. I've checked on that here and there. Obama, Barack is speaking, but for the most part, I'm trying to keep it on the primary results. With a lot of people's predictions, usually what I think is I try to ask people, what did they predict in the previous election or 2 elections ago? If they think it's going to go in one direction. Oh, you're taking off. Wasp. All right. Have a nice night. Again, good conversation in there with some of the other people. So thanks for joining the stream. But yeah, a lot of people's predictions, if they ask what they did, what did they think 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago? Because a lot of people in the future, for the most part, a lot of people, I think, predict kind of what they want to see happen a little bit more. Not all the time and not unilaterally, but it's easier to think if you think. I think it's more, I guess, illuminating to see what people thought in previous elections. Because I think in many previous elections we would have all been wrong. Doesn't mean we're going to be wrong this time, but it just means that there should be enough doubt on each side going forward. There should be. People should expect their candidate to both win and lose. That there should be a case for each side. All right, where were we? Okay, at day 2 of the DNC. How's that going for you, Bernie? I saw a minute of that of Bernie's speech. Actually, I turned it on at the right time for something about corporate greed. All right, defamatory rumors and death threats, according to Rosendale himself. So they thought he was going to lose. Well, that sounds like that should be criminally investigated if this is people threatening a U.S. senator. You can definitely see the DNC giving Harris a push, but I don't know. We will see what more polls say. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to wait till October again, probably late October. I've said many times what I've thought about the Harris level of popularity. I mean, I see it all happening. I see the results, but just like when I tend to question the results, really all the polls on each side. I always said it's going to be close. When Biden totally bottomed out, it seemed like that point, I feel like, okay, maybe he actually is more likely to lose now at this point. Once that kept going on, but at that point, Harris was also very unpopular. So I'm not personally buying the sustainability that somebody could go from unpopular to very popular and then it just lasts and nothing changes. That to me does not seem realistic in terms of what I'm expecting. Now, of course, we all could be wrong, but that's what I think. Okay, well, you made it to the stream and we're here. You missed the first 4 hours, but that's fine. Since there was no notice again, there was probably, that's leading to much less people on the stream. 230 people last time were here. You're expecting Downing to lose. Oh yeah, that's to replace Rosendale? Still waiting for District 1 results. Really? I'd have to go back and look at that and see what's going on with that. Americans should really learn how to vote counting from other countries. Yeah, I think doing it quickly, it makes sense. A lot of, I know the voter ID is controversial here, but apparently it takes place in other countries and it's not the lightning rod that it might be here. Well, I guess it does usually have broad support, but it becomes kind of a third rail. Or maybe that's not the right way to put it. It becomes something that just, it's controversial, we'll say. Is this the last live here until the general? Because there's one more big primary and then off to a mix of debates, presidential and the Senate, House, etc. Yeah, that is, I was going over that earlier. The primaries, I would say I'm definitely not doing anything on September 3rd. The 10th, I know there's a few states here. I would say it's unlikely I'm going to be able to stream that day. That one, I would say maybe a 10% chance, but I'm saying just count that one out. Other than that, maybe a debate. Now, the debates are different because it's unclear with copyright what you're allowed to do. We all had that first debate with Biden and Trump. I streamed, but we didn't show anything. We didn't have any audio. And a lot of streamers were upset about that because CNN was hosting it, but they granted access to pretty much all the other major networks to also stream it. So if copyright stuff is not an issue, I'd like to try to stream at least one of the debates. But the general election, though, that should be the stream. We could always do another stream, just fire one up. But I'm not sure how many people would show up. I mean, it's hard to fire up a stream for hours, and just like today, there's way, way less people than last week. There's like 10% here. So it's hard to fire up a stream for hours and not have there be a ton of people here. Okay. But we could always do a stream. Again, is if the channel gets bigger, regular streams could happen every maybe couple of weeks, maybe even every week. Might be at different times, but something could be worked out once a month. Who knows? But, hopefully we get to 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers. We get more regular viewers. We get up to 10,000. And then there'd be a ton of people here regardless. You saw a poll that had Trump plus 23 with non-voters. Interesting. Haven't seen that. And are those non-voters going to become voters, or those are non-voters that are committed to sitting it out? You did your first primary vote this year in Florida, all local candidates. I voted there for one their primary, but I can't vote for Dems or Republicans because you're an independent. All right, so you voted for the first time in Florida, and you voted for independents. Gotcha. I guess congratulations are in order. Trump's recalled job approval is over 50. I have seen it kind of high. It was never horribly low, but I have seen it up a little bit more than, let's say, a few years ago. So, yeah, certainly during COVID and even a little bit after that. But his personal favorabilities, I saw one, I think, today or yesterday, where Trump's favorability was in the 30s. I think it was 36, and I'm thinking that might be the lowest I've actually ever seen. I think there was an Ipsos, something. I can't recall the pollster, but it was very low for Trump's favorable, which that almost seemed like an outlier, because his favorables are usually fairly steady. He has kind of a floor, doesn't really go down under 40 broadly on the top line. Oh, District 1 in Florida. Okay. Gotcha. Here it is. Well, that is called right there. That was called a while ago for Matt Gaetz. Early vote gets counted before poll closing here. Yeah, it would be nice to get some standard order of vote counting in different states. September 4th debate isn't happening. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what's actually happened with the debates. It's been kind of, I've heard different things. I don't know what the latest is anymore. You think the Dems in Florida had a better margin for the Senate than the Dems in Texas? Their primaries in 2024 Texas Dems. Yeah, I think for a while I thought Rick Scott was in more danger than Ted Cruz. I think it'd be close, but that's what I've thought. But, we could all be wrong. Who knows? Most interesting poll was the Trump versus Biden by news sources. That I'm not sure what that is in reference to by news sources. Florida, they have a voting law where Dems and Republicans can't vote for a different primary. Vote for a different party in the primaries, and I didn't vote for senator or house, only my local elections. Okay. Um, so you'd want to be an independent then if you want a cross party vote. So I get that, but if you're an independent, you could still vote in the Senate and House, I would assume. But there was a poll with Trump favorable today. Ipsos, bad post. Okay, that's the one I was talking about with Trump. His favorable was, I think, 36. Okay. It was oh, Trump -3 favorable. Sorry, I didn't see that. That was covered up. Trump is doing a Fox town hall on the 4th and should put an empty podium in for optics. I don't know how much that matters. The empty podium thing. Again, that's gonna be his base is gonna eat it up, and Democrats are gonna think it's silly antics. If Trump doesn't show up to a debate, Harris should still attend and show up. She should attack him if he doesn't show up. Helps 80% of the time. It's tough to say. I mean, again, we go back to the Arizona, right? Katie Hobbs not debating in the primary or the general, and she went on to win. And Mike Kehoe in Missouri for the GOP primary, he skipped a debate. He had an empty podium, and he won. Now, that was more than a two-way race, but still. But I do generally think debating should hurt the candidates, at least slightly. Okay. In Chicago, if you are independent, you can choose which primary you can vote for. Okay. Sounds good. How high is turnout going to be? I'd say Harris gets 77 million, Trump gets 75 million. I'm not really sure, that's a fair assumption. That would give Harris the popular vote. That could easily give Trump the Electoral College in that kind of a margin, depending on the distribution. And the high turnout thing, yeah, I mean, I guess it does. It usually is understood to favor Democrats. I guess somebody just a bit ago mentioned that non-voters favored Trump by 20 something points. So there are disaffected voters. A lot of them would vote for Democrats, but I'm sure there's Republicans out there who, maybe Trump activates him and he gets high turnout. That's kind of what happened in 16. There's other factors with Hillary and third parties, but he activated a high turnout with Republicans, and it's really tough to predict. Network news was Biden plus 20. Okay, is that a head-to-head poll for the general election? John Ossoff won because of the empty podium. Okay. That's why I said 80% of the time. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You didn't say 100. Totally got you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, generally, yeah, we agree. It should generally hurt the candidate slightly. Yeah, those Georgia Senate seats, that was a big deal a couple of years back, a few years ago. Let's see what we've got here. We've got still Barack Obama speaking. We've got Alaska. That's still about an hour and a half away, and Wyoming is at over 70% of the vote in. Carrie Lake would have won if she didn't trash Republicans when she could. This time, her former primary governor opponent backing her. Yeah, Karen Taylor Robson, yeah, she is apparently endorsing Lake this time after they went at it a couple of years back for governor. "74% in here in Wyoming." But again, we're here on this primary night, August 20th. Not sure when the next stream is going to be. This one had absolutely no notice. That's always a possibility, but it is tough to fill up a stream without any notice. I try to give notice when I can, but sometimes there's too much happening and can't really give out the notice. Okay, after Obama is done speaking, you're going to bed. I think Peltola and Begich will go up. I don't think Nancy Dahlstrom will win because MAGA doesn't seem to do well in Alaska. Yeah, I agree with that. At least, yeah, the Sarah Palin thing. I want to see what happens without Palin there. But, okay, so yeah, it's going to be, I don't know how long we're going to go. We're going 4.5 hours now. And yeah, we're in here. We've had some good conversations, good a range of topics being brought up here. We've talked about a ton of different things: candidates, voting systems, different issues, international. And this went down to 73. This was at 74, so we went down in Wyoming somehow. Let's see. We gave the Republicans the same rating. Let's see. What rating are we talking about? 51 vote margin for second person in Lands Commissioner race in Washington. Yeah, and that's the Democrat leading, right? That was the last I checked. Democrat had that second spot. And that came up earlier. I mentioned that. That's why I'm not a big fan of a top two primary because, yeah, Democrats outnumber Republicans in Washington, but they could be shut out of the general election if two Republicans get the top two spots in that crowded primary. But yeah, that's a compelling race. 51 vote margin. You think Trump is favored in Arizona, but the state ticket splits a lot and it will hurt Lake. That is a really reasonable take. I think that could happen. They could vote for Trump and for Gallego. That's on the table. Begich is more conservative. Okay. One of my least favorite systems are Louisiana for voting. I don't like how it runs on election day and there's no primary or one-to-one. They did make some changes, though, correct, for, I think, starting in a couple of years to that Louisiana primary. Yeah, I definitely do not like anything continuing after the general election for runoffs. That, I think, is a terrible way to do it. I think they're going to have partisan primaries or something. They're switching to that at some point. Yeah, Dem up. Okay, been 2 weeks. So yeah, is that pretty much it? I don't know how much more vote is outstanding, and where if that's pretty much a done deal, or if that other Republican is going to squeak into that second place. Lieutenant Governor of Alaska is not MAGA. They literally have a Democrat-Republican coalition in their state house. Herrera Butler could still win in the general election because, yeah, in that general, Could Herrera Butler win? Yeah. But do I think she would win? Probably not. Let's see. So the new Nebraska poll with YouGov. Osborne down 4, and recent poll today from Remington with District 2 with Bacon 2 points. I don't think I actually saw that. I've had a lot of things going on here the past couple days, if not past week, really. So some stuff I've missed, but yeah, I mean, it's all good stuff. I tend to think I'm not expecting Deb Fisher to be in too much danger. I mean, I'm open. I'm always open to something happening. But a lot of times, there's polls, and I try to not be spooked by them and think that a race could be competitive when it wouldn't be. Remember, Larry Hogan was up like 10 points in some general election polls like 4 months ago, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's even going to win, but let's see. But yeah, that race, it's something to take a look at. It's under the radar. I will admit that. Okay, votes have been coming in daily, random below 1,000. Yeah, it's never fun to hear like, okay, 2 weeks later, votes are trickling in, and who knows what's going to happen. I mean, with a serious race on the line, that's just, I don't know how anybody would find that appealing. Osborne down 2 in internal and losing to Fisher. Internal average 15 points. Is that the one from like maybe 6 weeks ago or so? Yeah, I'm not expecting Nebraska to be close. Again, I try to compare it to 2014, the Pat Roberts Greg Orman race in Kansas. And Orman, the independent, had some appeal and allure because he's an independent. But in the end, Pat Roberts won that easily. The polling showed it competitive. Orman was up in some, but in the end, I guess Republicans came home, and it wasn't really that close. Now, every race is unique. I always say that too. This doesn't mean whatever happened last time doesn't mean it's going to happen again. Name recognition, yeah, that is a factor. That's for sure.
Stood its ground. We who gather do so with audacity to believe that there will be compassion in America. So God, deliver us from racism. Deliver us from sexism. Deliver us from evil. And keep us forever in the path we pray. Amen.
All right. Let's see. Evan McMullen got close in Red River, Utah, even though he had lost. He was close, even as an independent. Yeah, I mean, but it depends how you define close. I mean, I don't think it was close enough to really matter, but yeah, and also Evan McMullen, his name ID was because of his previous run, but I still think, yeah, in these competitive states, or in these, non-competitive states, most of the time the partisan voters end up coming back. Excuse me, and I think it takes a whole lot to overcome the partisan lean of a state. And unless Deb Fisher gets embroiled in some serious scandal, I mean, I would still keep that race in her column fairly comfortably. But yeah, it's always good to take a look at these races. Excuse me just a minute. Okay, let's see. A statewide win could be a future chance as the governor's seat for Republicans. Unlikely given the seat and lane of the state, just an odd system with the top two. Yeah, that's an odd system. I will say you saw Jesse Jackson yesterday, and he's gone downhill. He's really old. I don't know he was that old. Yeah, he's got to be mid to late 70s. I would at least mid. But I haven't seen him. You're saying his health is failing him. I'm not sure if he's sick or ill or if he's fine, but he just looks old. Let's see, these conventions are the future because they are. Oh, they're funny. Excuse me. Got to move some things out of the way. These conventions are funny because they contradict themselves. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't really want to get too caught up in these partisan conventions because it's all going to be what we would expect for the most part. Why are there's a lot of empty seats? Is that just because it's late? I'm not sure what that's about. Um, oh, he has Parkinson's disease. I understand. Okay, that's rough. Okay. And we're back down to 13 people now. It is getting pretty late here, so I understand. Oh, day 2 is over. Gotcha. Yeah, I know I'm losing track of the time. It must have just ended then. There was a speech going on a few minutes ago. Speech is over, but they had many empty seats even day 1. Is that because of, like, security reasons, or that's because people don't want to go? I can't imagine them not being able to fill up seats at a convention. "13 incumbent Republican representatives lost or down in Wyoming." Okay. Well, I think we could actually take a look at that. State legislator here. State Senate. So I think these Republicans are challenged by more Trump brand Republicans, if I'm not mistaken. It's a super red state. I would assume Trump would think, hey, this is so red. You got to get the Trump brand going there. In the Senate, though, it's pretty close here. 28th. And in the House, yeah, there are some that are trailing. So that's definitely important if you're from this state. People only show up for big speeches. Yeah, I understand that. All right, here's the latest. And how bad are the protests? I haven't heard anything. Maybe they're not too bad, or maybe they're horrible and nobody's talking about it. I don't know. Oh, I think they're rerunning Obama here. Okay. All right, you're heading out, Bernie. All right. You're tired? Oh, yeah. How was your job at that hospital there? You're starting a new job or something like that. I think I recall from last week. Hope that's all working out for you. School choice Republicans winning big in Wyoming. All right. Gotcha. It sounds like you're in tune with more of the local down ballot races. I like that. Does Wyoming do staggered 4-year Senate elections? Yeah, it seems like I saw that the only even numbers. I would think most states do that. That's my understanding then. Stagger the Senate every 2 years, do half and half. You heard protesters were okay little things here and there, but nothing major. I gotcha. I don't know if it's expected to get more major on the final day or not. Mostly peaceful, but a few people always crazy. Yep. You just checked out what Twitter was saying about them. Okay. Oh, is that what they said? Mostly peaceful? Sometimes that's used ironically as mostly peaceful, but then there's like a burning building nearby. You don't follow local elections. Well, I mean, down ballot in the state legislature there is, I'm going to say that's a little bit more local than the top of the ticket. I would have liked to look up a little bit more about, what's going on, what's at stake in the Wyoming legislature, but wasn't able to cover all that stuff. Job is good, a lot of work for sure. You get up 5:30 and you go to 2 p.m. Sounds good. So I remember that. Yeah, you're starting that new job. But I'm sure you're heading out then again. We'll see you next time, Bernie. Whenever that is, I'm sure you'll be there. You've been to almost every stream, if not all of them, at least in the last 6 months. Dan Zwotner has been in the Wyoming House for 20 years. He first assumed office in 2005, the longest serving member, and he lost. Gotcha. All the incumbents losing in Wyoming is interesting. It seems like a lot of moderates are losing to more conservative candidates. Zwotner took money from teachers' unions and lost. Yeah, it just seems like polarization hardens in a lot of states. We saw in some other primaries, some Democrats got ousted that were a little bit more moderate in some states, in the state legislature. And Republicans are hardening their ranks in the state legislators. Not in every situation, but it does happen. People do like conformity with their side. They don't want somebody to be a little bit more toward the middle. People like that in the abstract, but then when it comes to their own party, they don't want to see that. Uh, Give me 1 second. To do some coughing or sneezing here. So apologies on that. Okay, sorry about that. School choice is big for Republicans. Yes, it is. Either way, here that has been contentious though. Different states, Texas, getting school choice, all the details worked out. Sometimes it doesn't pan out, even in red states. Either way, Harris needs to embrace the protesters because in order for her to win, she really needs every corner of support. She can't criticize people. I think she handles it good. All right, fair enough. Have you ever been to Wyoming? Yes, I have. I can't speak to the wind level. Um, when Harris speaks Thursday, she needs to open up more. I think the Palestine stuff is going to get a little attention. You're going, or you'll be on the next time, whenever. Sounds good. Take care. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. The speeches, though, the end result, with Trump's speech, it's all going to be opposite reactions again. I remember Republicans said this is a fantastic speech. Democrats said this went on way too long. He rambled on incoherently. I hear that all the time. And after Harris's speech, I'm sure Republicans are going to say it was dark, it was horrible. And Democrats are going to say this is the most inspiring thing they've ever heard. And I'm sure the media perception with that is going to be more favorable as well. Moderates like Israel, so it's a tough thing for Harris. Can't alienate the left, but need the middle. You saw Republicans praising the AOC speech. I mean, you could praise a speech and also still not like the person or support them. It's tough to do for a lot of people, but I think it can be done. Down to 9 people. We're coming up on 5 hours on this stream. I mean, how long should we keep going? Now we're only going to be an hour away from Alaska, but then again, that could take another couple hours after that to get results. Only 9 people in here. You don't think the Palestine issue breaks down on a traditional left-right modern axis? I know people of all political stripes who are on both sides. Sounds good. I like having people that don't fit neatly into a box. They got maybe just 1 or 2 issues where they think outside the box and it doesn't line up with the expected ideology and the politics. People like Nick Fuentes, okay, he praised AOC? But yeah, it has quieted down, but here we are. We're coming up on 5 hours. If you've been here for over 4 hours, you're a loyal viewer. Okay, well, this is up to 11. Again, yeah, last time we had 230 people in here. And yeah, God, I've been apologies. I've actually done some sneezing here the past 5 minutes. Something must be in the air. Double digits. Yep, back into it. You're heading out. You'll catch the next stream. tell them to call the Alaska election early if you can. Hey, I hope so. And I'm not even sure. You must have been lurking for most of this crazy cows. But thanks for stopping by, as I say to anybody I can tell, because it's always appreciated, even if you're just hanging out on the stream. And yeah, we'll see you hopefully next time, whenever that is. So yeah, Alaska, this should start to count down from 59 minutes. And is everybody else streaming? All the regulars? Or they're done? This is just nobody's streaming anymore. Sarah Gomez, you're back. Oh, I skipped one. Sorry, I don't want to skip a message here with only 10 people in here. Any races in Alaska are expected to be particularly close. Maybe the second place for U.S. House, possibly that. Otherwise, you're looking at the state legislature. And that I couldn't tell you about. But that I do think is kind of compelling because they do have some weird politics in their legislature. As somebody mentioned, there's a coalition. So I would think that's worth taking a look at. Other than that, it's just the U.S. House. And we don't know what's going to happen for second, third place. And to see what kind of numbers Peltola puts up. That's going to be the thing to take a look at. But hey, nice to see you showing back up here, Sarah Gomez. If you want to find the bipartisan Israel opposition, you can look at the House floor on the Israel aid. Yeah, I agree that usually it tends to be... Well, actually, I'm not sure exactly how the vote has gone down, but I would expect it to be people considered more on the farther left and considered more on the farther right to be in opposition to that for different reasons. Do you think Peltola hangs on in the general? I would say so, but it's not overwhelming. She could lose, but I'd have to say she's, for right now, I'm guessing she's going to go on and win, but who knows? All big boy streamers have went to bed after the convention. Wow. So then we're down to whatever level of streamer this channel is. This is low time. Still trying to get to 4,000 subs. Really trying to get to probably 10,000, but we got to go through 4 and 5 and so on to get there. And anyway, it's kind of an intimate affair here again with not many people in here. And we've got the poll closing counter, 58 minutes. See, the fear is that it would get down to 0 and we would still be sitting here another 30, 40 minutes and nothing comes in. That's the fear. But I did put up a new video today. I put up videos every day. Hope everybody's taking a look at those if you haven't done so already. I know I've got a new community poll out, and actually I haven't even looked at the results yet. So, just been busy, a lot of things going on. It's hard to keep up with everything. We've got Bread Guy back in it. You know, you're not gonna slip through the cracks with that nice snazzy icon next to the name there. Evan McMullen didn't even make it close. Trump won Utah with 46 to Hillary's 27. McMullen 22. Johnson 4. Impressive performance for third-party candidates, still not even close. Yeah, I would trust those are the correct numbers. It wasn't really that. Now, Trump's support is definitely lower. I think that's what people react to when they take a look at that, especially compared to Romney. You go from Romney, who has obviously ties to the state, to Trump, who doesn't have any ties. And then his brand is off-putting, but still, the margin that he won by is still so lopsided, even though Trump's support is under 50%. So I get it, but you're right. It's technically not close at all. Yeah, far right and far left want to ban cluster munitions in the U.S. House. I think these things are not talked about enough. Yeah, that probably falls under what we've covered earlier with establishment politics, that usually anybody outside the mainstream, just it's an uphill climb. Alaska doesn't exactly count their votes quickly. I don't know how long we're going to sit here and wait. That's the thing. We've been going for over 5 hours. And in 5 hours for only 10 or 20 people in here for most of it. The media ignores what really happens in the House and Senate. The focus more on personalities. There is a lot of that stuff. It does feel like kind of a soap opera or a, it just gets more salacious into that superficial stuff. I agree. Yeah, you're gonna renew the star if you're able to whenever that happens. Yeah, well, it should be probably 30 days from last week, and that's good stuff because yeah, there's not a whole lot of members, but there could be more. Everybody's free to join. $3 a month just if you're a fan of the channel. Again, the perks are not substantial; they're low. You do get a nice star, little icon there, stands out. The more people that join, the more we'll look into expanding, but it's hard to, you don't want to do too much without enough members or enough demand. But it's really a minimal amount of money. It's like 75 cents a week. And then you do get these streams. You'll get some more priority, obviously, whenever the streams are. Sometimes there's not going to be any streams, but you wish our politics was more policy driven. But most people just want to rep their team, root for their team, I must say. Yeah, I agree. It's really a team sport. It's tribal. Do you think we will get Alaska results similar to the impending election night? I feel like it'll take a long time to count and call. I have no idea. I would be just guessing. I didn't have time to look into how quickly they're expected to count the results, but I don't have high hopes. I'll say that. My hopes are moderately low. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it just pops up and we get something so we can bring this to a close and move on. It's 8:05 p.m. Just after midnight in Boston. Okay. Different time zones here represented. Wyoming is still inching up to 100%. They're at 86. And Barrasso, I guess maybe he's going to be a little bit humbled here that he only got 68%. He probably wanted to get that into the mid 70s, if not the 80s at least. Like Harriet Hageman, she's cracking 80. What are we looking for? Alaska to in Alaska to see where Peltola votes are coming to from to and well, I think you're asking what we're looking for in Alaska, and they don't even have the map on here. Yeah, no, it's tough to get data out of Alaska, so I'm not sure. I would have to compare the map to last time, if that's even there. I know the data has been difficult. I did a video on Alaska about which the trends of it, and it is tough to get the data. It's just disappointing that a lot of it's not there. With the boroughs, it's not counties, it's technically boroughs, but I can understand if you refer to them as counties, but I'm not sure where the vote is going to be. I'm sure the rural vote there is going to be more for Peltola. Usually the bluer vote is from the more rural parts with more indigenous population, and there should be less of it in some of the higher population areas, which is actually counterintuitive than most other states. The absentee ballots were late to over 20 communities. Okay. You'd think that there'd be just no delays after all this controversy about ballots and people wanting results. We think we'd get it right. Rassner had money, ads matter. Yeah, but Barrasso, he should have. I don't know how much did Barrasso even put a lot of effort into that campaign. He knows that he's got to win that thing. I'm not sure what Barrasso even did. 907 in California, also crazy. Scott did better than Barrasso. I think he wins big in November. Yeah, Barrasso, I guess he did do a little worse than I would have expected off the top of my head, but primary numbers, I mean, Barrasso is going to cruise in November. Last time, where could she improve? I would guess she could improve, get those rural margins up a little bit more, and then there's not a whole lot of vote there, but probably in the cities, Fairbanks and such. Again, the map is not here. I can't really point anything out, and the data is just way harder to get here than some other states. Is it fair to say Hageman's opponent is more aligned with a Liz Cheney-style Republican? I'm not. Steve Helling. I guess this guy was a Democrat who ran 2 years ago. So I thought I actually heard he was a pro-Trump Democrat. I'm not sure actually how true that is. So I'm not sure actually where he lines up. If he used to be a Democrat, he might have been undergoing a political transformation. But I would guess he would have to be at least closer to Liz Cheney than Harriet Hageman is. But it's true that we'd have to see. I'd have to look way into it. Let's see. Money in elections is big. Ads and door knocking. Yep. Yeah, Hageman's opponent was yeah. Okay, just covered that. So, yep, gotcha. That's what I covered. Nevada, Arizona, and California take so many times. Only we can hope they can be faster, but doubt it. Yeah, Florida, whatever they're doing in Florida, it's a huge state, and they just get it done. Now, back in 2000, of course, they had the issues with the hanging chads and all that, but they've kind of gotten it together. Person in charge of the elections is on the ballot, Nancy Dahlstrom. Okay. Uh, okay, thanks. My answer makes sense. Previous reply was for the other person. I don't want to get that name pronunciation wrong. Pitsu, Petsu. But okay. Glad I answered something correctly. Always good when I do that every once in a while. Or gave a satisfying answer at least. Truly think 2,000 for Florida is the reason is way better. Yeah, sometimes you have to hit rock bottom to, you know, reach your potential. You could maybe even apply that to the Democrats. Biden, he had bottomed out completely, makes the swap, and then maybe Harris can soar to victory. Maybe not at all, but maybe. A lot of times, yeah, you gotta fall down before you can pick yourself up. These are simplistic platitudes, but I think there's some essence of truth there. And we're up to 20. Hey, I guess the other streamers have bailed, and that's why we got a few more people showing up. The stream had some problems earlier. We went down a couple times for a few minutes, and we had 230 last time, as I've mentioned. So we're about 10% of that. But again, if you're just jumping into this thing, welcome aboard. If you're going to lurk, that's fine. We've covered Florida. We've covered Wyoming. We're waiting on Alaska, not Arizona, Alaska. And who knows if it's going to come in on time or not. But we're here, and we're covering what we can. In the meantime, we're just hanging out. I'm able to respond to most of the comments here because there's not a whole lot of action right now. Hageman dodged a debate, and it did hurt her. Yeah, everybody loves to debate unless they have a big lead. Then they don't. I get it. It's disappointing. In principle, I think debating should happen. But I get why people don't. Helling is anti-abortion, and so there should be limitations on abortion regulated at the federal level. It used to not be that controversial, having some limitations. I don't know how anti he is, though. There's going to be degrees of that. All right, so here we are. We're kind of I didn't know how long we were going to go, but look at this. We've dragged it on for 5.5 hours. Oh, almost 5.5. So hopefully everybody voted in the poll I put out on the community tab today. Tulsi Gabbard voted for federal limitations in 18. Sponsored a bill but didn't vote. Okay. He previously said we have a better idea of where the race is at after Labor Day. Still feeling the timeline, or do you think we'll need more time? Well, I have been saying that, and I've also been saying probably the past month that we're going to need more time after everything that's changed, or the assassination attempt, the swapping out of Biden. We're going to need a little bit more time. But yeah, Labor Day, I think, is when we can start paying attention. After that point, we'll see what the polls are showing, and then we're going to compare those polls we're going to get in probably, after 1 or 2 weeks into September. We're going to compare those to 3 or 4 weeks into September, and then compare those to early October and so on. We're going to see what the movement is. We're going to see when we switch over to likely voters, if anything changes. We're going to see the sample sizes of these polls, How many Democrats are they getting, etc. Now, the only problem is, it doesn't matter how many polls we get. Again, they could just be off. The pollsters could be just missampling the electorate. And they could all be off by 1, 2, 4, 5 points. Maybe in certain states, they're off by 2 or 4 or 6. We've seen it before. It might not happen again, but to have confidence in this race, I have to at least wait till Labor Day to have like a quarter of the confidence. And then in October, it's going to go up maybe to half. And then how much higher can it go by Election Day? Hopefully you get up to a, 75% level confidence. But I could see it. I could see getting here on Election Day and saying, I don't know what's going to happen. Don't know. Could go either way. Could be a hidden Trump vote out there. Could be an anti-Trump vote that's hidden. Pro-Harris vote. Voters that are just going to vote on abortion. But there's also going to be voters that are just going to vote on immigration. Some voters might vote on abortion in the direction of restrictions. And some voters are going to say, hey, they don't care about politics. They don't even know who's running. But you know what? Things cost more expensive. Things are more expensive. They cost more. They've lost a lot of money over the past few years. They don't even know who's in office, but they're voting against who's in office because they're voting with their wallets. Some voters are going to do that. So basically, yeah, I think we need more time. So hopefully that answers the question well enough. Interesting answer, yeah. Well, what do you think? Does anybody think otherwise? Does anybody think, without being blindly partisan, does anybody think that, no, we don't need to wait. We know who's going to win right now. Does that make any sense? People were saying that a month ago, 3 months ago. I was hearing it all year. When it looked like Trump was ahead, some people were saying this thing is over. There's no way Trump can lose. And I said, well, what do you mean? I mean, there's 6 months to go. It could change. There was a point where you go back far enough, Biden was in the lead. And I was like, well, this thing isn't over. Trump could come back in the lead. And he did. And then that's how I look at it. Some people want to project confidence. And when they win, they look like geniuses. They could ride that all day and night. But when they project confidence and they take a loss, then they look pretty foolish. Maybe for Senate or governor elections. Maybe not for preds. There's no way. Gotcha. Trump is done. All right. Could that change? That's what I was just saying. What could change? Nothing can change. I mean, that's what some people think. I don't agree with it, but I don't think I would agree with it on Election Day if, no matter what I'm looking at. I suppose if Trump is down in all the polls by maybe just 1 point or 2 points, it would seem more likely he could overcome that than if Harris were down 1 or 2 points in every poll. It would seem like, based on Trump running in the past, there's more likely to be a vote that's not captured by the pollsters for Trump. I would say that's more likely, but still, you never know who's going to come out and vote for Harris or come out and vote against Trump. Peltola primary was 36.8. Sarah had 30.2, and Nick had 26.2. The special, Peltola was at 39.7, Palin 30.9, and Begich 27.8. So yeah, those are similar numbers. We found the CNN page also for what areas vote for. So they saved it. But it is hard to find the data, though. I wish Alaska and Hawaii, too. I wish they were just had all the data there. People like that Begich has chosen to join forces with the Freedom Caucus. It is ranked choice Alaska. Top four will go forward. You're right. It is a top four. We've covered the voting system there earlier. We covered that for a while. Ranked choice and different ways to do it. A lot of people have a different range of opinion on that. If you're looking at your Wyoming legislator here, you've got no incumbent Democrats trailing. A couple are close, though. In the Senate or the House, there are some trailing incumbents. And in Florida, let's see, no incumbents trailing here. Most of these are uncontested. In the House, I don't see any incumbents trailing in the House. So, sure, some of these are open seats. Okay. Absentee ballots not due until 30th. Okay. Yeah, that could drag on a while. I'm not sure what percentage of them are going to be absentee. Oh, okay. Legislator and legislator. Yeah, I think that's probably what happens. I mean, it's such a similar thing when you're just speaking quickly. But yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, maybe it's not an accent thing. Maybe I think even people we all know, some people just pronounce different words differently. There's always, just a handful of ones that might get a different pronunciation. It all depends, you know, the sentence, but I get what you're saying. And, I guess you got me. Legislator to rhyme with sure, yeah. To me, it seems like a lot of effort to say legislator. So I probably actually prefer to just say the state house, state senate, uh, state rep, maybe that works. You're from Boston. Nobody should listen to me when it comes to accent. Yeah, I mean, is it still like, is that accent waning at all? Like, is it as big as it was 20, 30 years ago? Or is it kind of dissipating a little bit? And how far out I guess, at what point does the Boston accent just turn into a New England accent? I guess that's a whole other topic. I'm sure it's complicated and there's different boundaries. Rando, hello. Hey, now we've got everybody, a lot of the regulars here. You made it to 5 hours in, 5.5 hours in. So it is waning. Is it like morphing into something new, or is it just like a lack of an accent taking place, or is it a new thing? I don't know. I don't know what to expect. What would you like? Would you like the link to the info of the areas that voted to help compare for now? If you can put it in here if you'd like. I'm not sure if it'll go through. You can put it in here in the chat. I can see what it's all about. I'm sure I can find it on my own, but I don't try not to do any side digging really. Only in big working class areas now. More in the suburbs, though. Yeah, I bet it's a long story. I bet that's true. City has gotten very gentrified. Yeah. So we've got two Massachusetts people, long time in the chat today. And let's see, hope that helps. I didn't get anything. Did anything come through? It didn't show up in the live chat. But yeah, how about Boston? Michelle Wu there? How's her popularity doing? People love her, they hate her. What's the story there? Yeah, where is this link? Is it in the comment or oh wait, so you didn't actually submit the URL into the chat? You just told me where to get it. Is that correct? Because I don't see a link. Yeah, it's possible it's getting filtered out. Is there maybe just there's a short description, CNN Alaska something? Maybe I could pull it up myself. Okay. %90 in here in Wyoming. I sent it. Could search CNN Alaska. Yeah, if it's being sent, so it looks like it's sent on your end. Is that right? And it's not coming through here at all. I don't see anything. So that would be misleading if it shows it going through on your end, but not in here. Let's see. CNN Alaska 2022. I know I could probably have done that easily on my own, but given my setup, it does I try not to do much side searching, but I could do that for just a moment here. Uh, let's see. Give me just a moment. Okay, I think we got it now. So we can put it in here. This is it. So Peltola 51. But look at this map. This map is still blank. That I don't like. But also, I don't want to confuse people. This is from last time, so we don't want to confuse people. But yeah, the rural areas are much more blue. And then, some of these, the heavier population is going to be redder. But that's in the general. The primary here There's no hovering for results. Wish that was working, but that's for the Senate, though. Let's go back here. Anyway, I think we got the little bit of a gist of it. Okay. Seems to me that Wu is super polarizing. That's what I would guess. Folks in the suburbs tend to despise her, but actual city dwellers seem more in favor. She has proposed some more controversial tax policies recently. Yeah. I mean, that's usually how it goes in a lot of these cities where there's polarization. But we'll see what happens. There's always the next election, right? If these people are really not that popular, they'll be taken out, presumably. If people are still in line at 8 p.m., they're allowed to vote too. Maybe delay some results. I hope there's no delay because I do got to kind of wind this thing down here. But special data is gone, but the primary data is there. Pretty dumb with all. Yeah, the info. It's just I don't get why Alaska, just because it's way over there, they can't get the data. The interiors of Alaska are practically empty. It must be very difficult to collect votes. Yeah, probably. Maybe the Republicans will actually win because Carrie Lake's mom ain't running. That I'm not familiar with, actually. The Carrie Lake's mom. You know, if something could have happened, I've been out of some stories recently, so maybe I'm misremembering something. Lack of internet, media, and television. Yeah, but once the data is compiled by these news organizations, I would think they should just get it on here and get the map. Like here, they don't even have the map here at New York Times. Even if it's a blank map, I think the outline of the state might be more beneficial than not. You know, we could at least take a look at the districts for the Senate. Oh, Sarah Palin. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Palin. I didn't think she was a strong candidate, and she was not. Let's see. 23 minutes from poll closings. But again, this stream, we can't sit down here forever. We've sat out here a long time with very little happening. And for very few people in here, in comparison to last week. You forgot she tried to stage a comeback. How could you forget? That was a couple of years ago. She ran in that special. She ran in the general. Right when they switched to the ranked choice top 4 primary. And then she lost. If they didn't switch to the top 4 primary, I don't know what was going to happen if they were just separate Republican and Democrat primaries. But yeah, that might have saved Murkowski in the Senate. So much has happened since then. Yep. Tons has happened. Tons, for sure. She's waiting on Dan's seat. Is that Peltola's waiting on it? She's going to challenge Sullivan. She could. I mean, that's probably if the Democrats are ever going to flip the Senate seat there, that would be the thing they should do. Would she win? I would say as of now, no, but she could. It's going to be an uphill climb, but she could do it. Because I think Democrats would gladly give up that House seat and flip it back Republican if they have a crack at flipping that Senate seat. And I think some Republicans might not even care if that seat flipped, if it was someone like Murkowski. A lot of them basically view her as a, part-time Democrat anyway. Yeah, she might not go for it though. I mean, we thought Chris Sununu or Sununu, however you want to pronounce it, we thought he was going to go for the Senate a couple of years ago. He didn't. Is Alaska trending left? I've seen the argument made, but I don't know if I'm convinced. Well, the margins are not as red as they were, a decade or two ago. I've done political shift videos on many, many elections, so I can't recall all the numbers off the top of my head, but it seems like it has gotten bluer recently. Yeah, she did not finish her term as governor. Yeah, can't forget about that. She did resign. Is it trending left enough toward Democrats could flip it for president? Not really, not yet. If it kept going for like another few elections, that could get into the conversation, but I don't think it's there yet. Trump should still win it by over 10. He won it by about 10 last time, I believe. Or actually, I forgot what he won it by now that I think about it even more, but it was over 10. Might have been just around that margin. This election shows how much chance she actually has. Yeah, this will be somewhat of an indicator, but again, House and Senate, it's very similar, of course, when you're talking about a state like Alaska that has only one at-large seat, but it's going to be different. It's going to be a different election. Should be going up against Sullivan if that happened. And the Senate is maybe a little different than the House in the eyes of some of these voters. Murkowski has been hinting towards leaving the Republican Party. I don't know why she wouldn't have done it already. She could. I don't think people would be too shocked. The Trump base is definitely going to not care because they already consider her a rhino anyway. We were blue originally. Yeah, I do. From what I recall is when Alaska and Hawaii were admitted, it was supposed to be Hawaii is going to be a red state and Alaska a blue state, and both of them kind of flipped shortly thereafter. Alaska would be an interesting development. Hey, those 3 electoral votes, they could be coveted. A lot that did not vote. So you're actually from Alaska, and you're here for this Alaska primary. That's good. I've had people from all over, different countries. I don't recall anybody being from Alaska previously. Mitch has been keeping her there, but since he's getting too old and lost power this year, they may have almost no leverage because she has high power in Senate if Republicans win. Yeah, this looks like it's probably the end of the McConnell area. It's winding down. And we're still counting votes in Wyoming. 93% in. $16 minutes. Now again, I cannot stay on here forever. We've done 5.5 hours. If the results come in right away, great. But I can't sit here all night, even though other streamers are, I'm sure they've shut their streams down a while ago. Yeah, libertarians, yep, that's kind of reminds me of New Hampshire a little bit. Maybe the little bit more red-leaning type of New Hampshire, in a sense, maybe. Off topic, how do you know you don't know how Chuck Grassley is still going? And that guy's a legend. I mean, he's in his 90s. He's been in there for decades. He won re-election a couple of years ago. I don't know where it ends for Grassley. He could step down. Maybe he has some health issues that are brewing. We don't know. I mean, he always could just drop dead in office. But otherwise, he's going to be going for another few years, and it's really tough to imagine him going for another term. Partially because he would be in his mid-90s. It's tough to imagine getting that old. But then to run for Senate again? But yeah, Grassley, now he's the oldest senator, now that Feinstein is no longer around. So 15 minutes here. If nothing comes in shortly after, I think we're going to have to call it, because got to move on here again, as I said. But I didn't think I was going to stick it out this long. But, you know, I don't think we're going to do a stream in probably the next 3 weeks. So this is probably going to be it for a little bit of a gap. Yeah, reelected in 22. Yeah, late 80s. I mean, yeah, he says he runs every day or something. Some number of miles. He's old. I was kind of surprised he ran again in 16. But hey, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of contention for that seat if Grassley is out. Republicans are going to be lining up. Some Democrats are going to make a run. Maybe Rob Sand, the state auditor. That's really the only Democrat there statewide. You could get other people coming back into it. You could get Abby Finkenauer making another run. Yeah, I get that reaction. It's impressive, no question, but also, yeah, maybe move it along. I know I am a kind of a fan of streaks and records and stats. That's something I'm interested in, just in general. That's what I have a lot of on my blog. If you've taken a look at the personal blog I have, it's mostly kinds of superlatives with stats and things like that. Kind of streaks and other feats. Fascinating stuff. Also got to keep in mind about Jimmy Carter, who, unless he died today, he's going to be 100. I think October 1st, so we're counting that down. That's going to be massive. You hope Grassley becomes the first senator to be 110. Well, that's getting way, way, way up there for anybody. I could not imagine that happening. If you mean in office, or you just mean living, even living, that would be, 0.001% chance of that happening. "12 minutes. So this is a lengthy stream. It almost didn't happen. Put this thing up with like 1 minute to go. So yeah, I've been able to read all the comments pretty much, most of them, because last week there was so many. We had 200 people in here. This week it's about 10% of that. If we could see people retire, who would win? Who would be next to retire in the Senate? You mean for 26, the next Senate elections? If that's what you mean, it could be Dick Durbin. He's up there. Whenever Ed Markey's up next, he's up there as well. I have to think who is up in 26. There are some people getting up there. Pretty much anybody over 70, certainly 75, I'd say there's a reasonable chance that could happen. Jeff Merkley in Oregon, these are people that are probably in I'd say the back half of their career, to put it mildly. But I'm sure there's a whole list. I'd have to pull it up. But in the meantime, we've got Alaska coming up here, and a lot of candidates on the ballot. But I do appreciate the people sticking it out here on this very late and very lengthy and also kind of uneventful stream. And there was a couple tech difficulties. So I appreciate people sticking it out here. You find something appealing about this channel. We're on that quest to 4,000 subscribers. I'd like to get to 5. It's really a whole group effort. If we can get it up to 10 and then keep going from there, then we could expand. We can do different things on the channel. There's a lot you can do once you start getting up there, but it's tough when you have 2, 3, 4,000. It's not a whole lot you could do because there's not really much to be gotten out of this. But that's why it's always excellent if somebody becomes a member or chips in. That's always great stuff. But daily videos, been doing that every day. Huge variety of content. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the different stuff. The spinner battle on Saturdays. Some people don't care about that at all, but I enjoy those videos. Hopefully you guys are checking those out. It's good stuff. Good variety of different types of coverage. And now we're under 8 minutes. All right. Let's see. I looked at a video when they opened up. Some polls started 15 minutes late in certain areas, were confused what rules for voting. So yeah, it sounds like this could just drag on and on. I mean, I hung out here until I could have taken off an hour or two, but I stuck it out. But if nothing's going to come in right away, we got to call it. It could take hours. They requested a ballot and then automatically receive. So it seems new voters want to vote. For the primary, okay. Well, at least say we got to this point. It feels like we... Does it feel like a 6-hour stream? Well, we're gonna hit 6. We're gonna hit 6 and then probably have to throw in the towel here, you know? It's not easy doing a 6-hour stream. Hopefully I can do a summary video of these results so we have something to take a look at. You think Chris Sununu will run in 26 against Jane Shaheen to get revenge on her for beating his brother in 08? Oh, man. That Sununu name is pretty well known in the state. John Sununu and all that. But how much does revenge matter? $20,000 people already voted before the polls open. Okay. Yeah, we're down to 5 minutes now. And yeah, this has been going on we're hitting about 6 hours on this stream. This is good stuff. And nobody can say we don't do long streams here on this channel. So I don't even know what's going to happen. Peltola, again, I think she's going to get in the mid 40s, maybe the high 40s, at least the low 40s. It depends on how much these other candidates are going to get. Are they going to get just 0.1%, or is there going to be some of them getting 0.7, 0.8, and maybe that adds up? And then what about Begich and Dahlstrom? Nick Begich, you got to give it to this guy. He's not giving up. He wants to win this seat. I thought, let's see, on the endorsements, if we take a look at, here we go. We've got endorsements. It looks like we've got Vivek Ramaswamy, Byron Donalds endorsing Begich, and Trump endorsing Dahlstrom. So keep that in mind. And Dunleavy also endorsing Dahlstrom, his old lieutenant governor. And Murkowski here endorsing Peltola. Here's your fundraising. Begich and Dahlstrom way under Peltola. And the polling, this is completely outdated, with Peltola here about 44. And Begich with the lead over Dahlstrom. So that's a look at a little bit of a background about this race here. If you're interested in that. Sununu won't run. Did Sununu decline to run? I mean, people could change their minds, right? I mean, Steve Bullock got into the race in Montana the last day, right? And Larry Hogan, I think, as well, last day. I didn't think Hogan was going to run for that seat. Again, a last look here at Florida. Mucarsel Powell against Scott. Powell here getting all but 2 counties. Scott in Miami-Dade hit 90%. And in the House, nothing really happening of note. And then Wyoming has Barrasso, 68. He's going to face Scott Morrow. In the House, Harriet Hagman as she's over 80. All right. Okay, from New Hampshire. Checking time in Alaska. Maybe get some info. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it on this for the counter. We're under 1 minute. This is feels like New Year's. But we're gonna have to. We've got to wind this down. We have hit 6 hours, and really only 3 states, and not anything, not any bombshells in any of them either. Might not get results until 10, since local reports are staying areas during, during that time to see reaction of candidates, so probably sleep. Well, I mean, I do have, yeah, there's, the stream will be ending. That's what I can say. Didn't hear about that, but really the Senate is the only future for him when it comes to public office, besides running for his old seat again, since he's not likely to win a national primary. All right, polls have closed in Alaska. We did it. We hit 6 hours. For some reason, the spinner battles haven't been showing up in your subscription feed. I have no idea why. Just like with comments that get deleted, I guess it's YouTube doing their thing. You can always look at them in the channel history or the playlist. They're in there, and they're a lot of fun. Yes, Sununu might take some time off, and then he might come back. That happens. Someone went to jail in the primary. Oh, which person is that? And how recent? I mean, did they go to jail for like one day 20 years ago? Santa Claus. I think I do remember that now that you mention it. I th Yeah, that was weird. It was funny. But if you're here for the Alaska results, that's what we're waiting for. But who knows how long it's going to take. The polls have closed. Evergreen guy, good work. Must be exhausting to do a stream for 6 hours. It is exhausting. Usually, and also thanks for showing up. I don't know if you just made it here, if you were lurking or what, but it is exhausting. Usually the chat keeps it moving pretty good, and usually there's results to cover. This one we had not a lot of people here because partially there was absolutely no notice, and also there's not as many results to cover. So it was a lot of downtime here, but I tried to keep it moving. Oh, 5 hours. It's 6 hours. Six. See the guy on the lawnmower? I'm not sure what that is about. However, given nothing might come in for another, who knows, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and then it could take hours to count. You know, we cannot sit here for 7 or 8, 9 hours. So we're going to wind it down here probably in just a few minutes. You know, it's unfortunate. I would have loved to cover Alaska, given we sat here for so long. We waited. See the guy in his lawnmower, Santa Claus? Uh, okay. I think, yeah, that, you know what, I start not totally getting what the comments are about. Hey, either they're over my head or I don't know. I don't want to think about it too much. But again, I do. If anybody that's been here for a few hours, that is really appreciated. Eric Hafner is not from Alaska, is in jail for 20 years. So he's currently in jail and he's on the ballot. Interesting. Four candidates are from out of state. You're about to get 4,000 and 1 million. Yeah, the 1 million views is coming up. That's pretty big. But, you know, when you spread that out over how I've got over 1,000 videos and 2.5 years of content, it'd be nice to be more than that. I don't want to sound ungrateful about it, but the first 6 months of this was absolutely nothing. Oh, look, hey, wait, whoa, we got it. We did it. 56% of the vote in, and we've got it. Wow, that was some payoff right before I was going to shut it down. Peltola, 50.9. We don't know where the votes are in. We can't see. We don't know. But so she's over 50. And now, of course, that could be from bluer areas. But the bluer areas usually are the more rural areas. And these other candidates, yeah, pulling in fractions. So Begich at 27, Dahlstrom at 20. Good stuff. We got that in. You got some races here for the House and Senate. All of them but one uncontested in the Senate. But look at that. Now, as for the rest of this could go on and on and on. I'm sure it's going to trickle in for hours and days, but, you know, we did it. It's a success here. All that waiting paid off. So, yeah, 4,000 subs coming up, but that's, who knows how long that's going to take. We got to get to 5. We got to get to 10 if we want to really get some notoriety and notability on this channel. Got to get more members. We got to keep it moving, expand it. Other channels have done way less. They have way more subscribers. So who knows? But we did get the results in Alaska here, more than half. I'd say that is great. Great we didn't end this 2 minutes ago and didn't see this. That's good. Early vote, yeah. If it is, then yeah, I would expect Peltola to come down from that 51%. At least a few. Again, I was thinking at least low 40s, but probably mid 40s. Could get in the high 40s, and she's at 51. Now, of course, again, we have no map. We don't know anything, but this is what we've got. So with that said, let's see, what have we got here? We've got 14 people. Well, if you're here for the primary results in Alaska, we've got them. They're in. Mary Peltola, the incumbent Democrat, is at 51% of the vote. Nick Begich, the third. They don't have the third on here. But it is Nick Begich, the third, is at 27, and Nancy Dahlstrom, the lieutenant governor, is at 20. So just only based on this early vote with nothing else, it's looking good for Peltola. If she's over 50, even if she was at 49, that would be great news for her. But anything can change. We've got to give it some time. Yeah, if you find a better map, maybe Secretary of State, I don't know if they have anything. But anyway, so again, the top 4 move on to the general, and whoever's going to get in 4th place is going to be really lucky because they're probably going to get in here with almost nothing. Under 1%. Which is why I'm not a big fan of a top 4 primary. You have 2 people of the same party, maybe 3 people of the same party, and you're going to get to a general election with under 1% of the vote. If you're one of the larger election YouTubers in terms of views and subscribers, many election YouTubers only pop up for a couple months and they die off quickly. Yeah, I have noticed that. But I've seen some, I don't look often, I've seen some that they started way after. They have way less videos, but they have like thousands and thousands of subscribers, way more. And I've got over 1,000 videos. And it's called for Peltola, Begich, and Dahlstrom. So the only thing we're writing on is fourth place again. That's going to go on a while. And we don't know what the final margin is going to be. Did fourth place drop out last time? The Libertarian candidate. I think, I don't know if he was a Libertarian. I think it was Al Gross, the Independent. Al Gross, I believe. That's the name. I figured it out. I don't think he was a Libertarian. I thought he was just an Independent. I thought he was more kind of Democrat leaning. That part I'm not sure of, but Al Gross did drop out, which is, again, I don't find that appealing. I want to see people in the general election. I don't want to see people dropping out. They don't even have, yeah, there's no map. There's not much else we can do on here. And the state legislature here, it's really almost all of it's uncontested. There's only 2 races. It's not even on our election page yet. Wow. Hey, I'm glad I was able to cover that here for you then. If Nick comes in second, it actually hurt Republicans. Maybe infighting. Yeah, you know, the infighting stuff, I want to, the infighting is supposed to be resolved in the primary. That's why I don't want to see the infighting from the same party continue to the general. And I know Democrats love it because it does probably affect the other side more, but I don't care which side it is. I want to see somebody, I don't want to see infighting on the same party in the general if they're on the same ballot. But that's just me, you know. I think you want to win the primary, represent your party. But anyway, we are going to have to wind this down here. Let's see. Not sure what's boring, but yeah, there's not a lot of results coming in. But anyway, we've done a 6-hour and 10-minute stream, 11 minutes, whatever it is. I think we're going to have to throw in the towel, call it, tap out, whatever you want to call it. And I'm glad we got these Alaska results and officially covered it all. Covered a ton of these primaries so far, ton of different states. We did the first primary in the Iowa caucus. We did it back then in, I think that was in late January. And since then, we've covered probably half of the primaries. Can't cover all of them, but we covered the last 4 weeks. And that's pretty much it. So we're going to wind it down here in just a minute. But the quick recap again is Demi Mucarsel-Powell is going to face Rick Scott in Florida in the general election for U.S. Senate. In the U.S. House, not really much to cover there. Again, I'll probably do a recap video. I don't want to do the whole recap right now. There's not even much to say. We've got Barrasso in Wyoming winning it with 68% and Harriet Hageman winning with over 80%. The upcoming schedule again is this. Massachusetts is on September 3rd, then Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island on September 10th, and then that's it. Then we're heading full steam into the election, the general election. So some late primaries here in New England. And then that's it, November 5th. That's it. That's when this race is really going to kick off here, around after these primaries. Labor Day and these late primaries. So AP doesn't even have these results? Wow. Most of our races in Massachusetts are uncontested. Yeah, same with here in Alaska. Almost nothing is contested. So again, I'm not sure when the next stream is going to be. It will not be on September 3rd, and it's unlikely it'll be September 10th. Could be on a debate, potentially, maybe not. Could always throw one in at any point, but the general election, that is the plan. Anything could change, though. Of course, you could always get sick. Something could happen right before election day, but that's going to be the big event. Hopefully, we're way over 4,000 subs by then. Hopefully, we're coming close to 5 or higher. Trying to put out videos every day. I'm not sure if last 2 years ago, I was putting out 2 or 3 basically most days in September and October. It's a lot of work, though. I'm not sure what could happen. We'll see. But in the meantime, but yeah, if Peltola has that lead, it's huge already. Yeah, again, we don't know where the vote is coming from, but that is a good sign for her. But yeah, that's gonna be it. So we're gonna wind the stream down then. Do appreciate everybody that showed up. Again, I hope everybody will like, share, and subscribe. Feel free to become a member if you'd like to support the channel. Thank you very much for attending the stream. Can't do it without some people in here. But yeah, I've got some other things to move on to. The sleep at some point will be in there, but that's going to be it. So again, everybody, thanks for showing up. Have a great night, and we will see you next time. Take care.